for all the support they have given me, especially over this year. It has been very challenging for my family. And I considered the residents of Pacific Grove my family, and that's the reason I chose to run back in the day. But family always comes first. And I did put the city in this position at the front of my agenda at all times. However, this past year was very, very challenging. And so, very bittersweet for many years prior to this. Hopefully, I don't get emotional. I would just like to say to my council members that, just Lori and I, Councilmember McDonald, came on at the same time. It was interesting times the first year. We learned a lot. We contributed a lot as well. And then to Councilmember Coletti, I mean, he truly is the reason I chose to run for office. You have truly been a mentor, whether I was at home watching this or join council. And I know you'll continue to be heavily involved in this as well. Again, I've learned a lot, and I'd say to the community members that, sitting on council, it might look easy, kind of like my profession. It looks easy, but it's not. It's very challenging at times, but there are policies that we're able to make and changes we're able to do. And we are blessed to have an amazing city manager who's guiding our city to great times ahead. And then, things we've accomplished as a council. I look at, we've been able to gain a great city manager. Great city attorney. That's another thing we've been able to accomplish in the last couple of years. And then also, the changes that are happening to Downtown Lighthouse, even with the controversy, I look at it as a path moving forward for our community and something that's been consistent since I was a child. And change is difficult, but I think we're going in a direction where it's going to be more inviting to the members of our community and to visitors. But I would like to say thank you to everyone because it truly has been enjoyable. I will continue to be involved some at my time, I guess, when I have time to do this. Not at this level, but maybe at a different level. I truly enjoyed being on planning, EDC for the city, grand jury for 2 years. So that was also enjoyable to do. So I'd like to thank everyone. I've received some amazing emails, phone calls from people I don't know who don't even live in our community. So, they are very appreciative of my service and I'm very appreciative of them. And again, to all my council members moving forward or doing other things in our lives, I wish everyone well. Thank you.
And thank you, Councilmember Beck, for all your service. Let me check with our city manager. Are we still on schedule for some refreshments at the end of this meeting?
Yes, we are. We'll have some cupcakes and refreshments
Oh.
at the end of the meeting for anybody who'd like to.
Yeah, and
Stick
it's a small celebration in honor of your service here. So, thank you. Now on to more staff announcements. Mr. Pierik.
Yes, it was a closed session earlier this evening on the city manager's evaluation, and there's no reportable action to my knowledge.
All right. Well, okay. Well, I'll just summarize council's feedback to Mr. Mogensen. We feel that his performance has just simply been outstanding, and we are very happy and very pleased that he is our city manager. More announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. That is very nice of you. First of all, I do want to say, Councilmember Beck, I've appreciated your leadership and will definitely be missed in the 6 months I've been here. With that, I know we'll be working with you as well in a professional setting. With that, though, we've had questions from the community on how will we go about appointing the next city council member to fill that spot. So Article 12 of our charter does provide provisions on how we do that. What we've decided to do going forward, though, is on December 4th, the next city council meeting, we'll bring an item where the council will discuss kind of the overall, the way that we'll flow to fill that seat. So I invite you to tune in on December 4th and you'll learn more then on how the process will unfold. A couple other announcements. The first one is with winter storm starting to hit again, north of us supposedly, and not so much us. We are we are providing sand and sandbags behind the fire station again this year. So residents can pick that up as they are ready to. Also, many people have probably noticed the sidewalk extension project is underway. That is doing really well. It's already a little bit ahead of schedule, and by the end of the year, that'll be complete. So looking forward to that. You probably also noticed it up on David Avenue. Those sidewalks are coming along really nicely as well. I believe that's the last announcement I have for this evening. Yes, it is. Okay.
All right, council announcements, other council announcements, Councilmember Emilio.
Mr. Burns, I made contact with the Monterey Bay Chinese Association, and they've raised 150,000 so far for their pavilion at Chautauqua Hall. So that's an amazing feat for them to start from $0 to 150. Anyway, that's my report.
Anyone else? We won't have a meeting between now and Thanksgiving, so I want to wish everybody a very happy, safe, and enjoyable Thanksgiving. But immediately following Thanksgiving, Monday night, we have our annual tree lighting event at the steps of the museum. That's December 2nd at the museum. We'll be lighting the tree, and rumor has it that Santa will be stopping by. Okay. All right, we're now on to general public comment. Please come forward. The podium's on your right. Do you have anything you wish to share? Yes, absolutely. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Wendy Giles. I wanted to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Councilmember Beck for your dedicated service on the City Council and representing all the constituents. I'm sorry, I'm emotional, but it's been a rough year. Your hard work, thoughtful contributions, resilience, and unwavering commitment to our community have made a lasting impact. It's clear to me and so many others, you always had the best interest of our town at heart, and for that I'm deeply grateful. I'm also sorry that I heard about your resignation, which I found out perhaps by leak by someone who obviously needs a refresher course in conduct. Your presence and leadership will be greatly missed, but understandable given the extreme shifts you and your family have endured these last months. And honestly, I don't know how you did it. Your legacy of service will not be forgotten. And I want to thank you personally for everything that you've done for our town.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Mike Gibbs. I'm a member of the EDC and speaking on my own behalf. Not sure anybody can follow that, but the council is losing a lot of experience, 3 people, new people coming in, hopefully to follow the lead of the character of the people leaving. Didn't always agree with everybody. That's okay. You all set a high mark and did a lot of good stuff for Pacific Grove, and a lot of experience is going to be leaving. Glad to hear everybody will stay involved. Mentors, coaches, just somebody to call and say, hey, what the heck's going on? So hopefully the incoming folks will take advantage of that experience and wisdom. So thank you. Second, if anybody's been down to the post office. Anybody been to the post office and looked at the butterfly statue recently? And I don't know if anything's done about it. I did reach out to Mr. Mogeson and Mo Omar, but that plot of land apparently working on a different project. So I talked to the supervisor at the post office, and I think that plot of land is a federal piece of property, I believe. Says that it is. And the butterfly kid statue is leaning forward perceptively. You can see it. I don't know if it's 20 degrees, but a little bit further and it'll be tipped over on its front. Apparently the land underneath it is sinking and you can see it in the city sidewalk. So there's a gap of about an inch and a half between the piece that juts out from that perimeter and the sidewalk itself. So something's going on there. And it would be nice if somebody did something. I think maybe reach out to Jimmy Panetta or somebody. The supervisor at the post office told me last week that she's reached out to the district office and they have been non-responsive. So I don't, they move slow. It'd be nice if somebody did something, at least went down and took a look at it. Because it's, it's an icon. Everybody sees it and the kids just love it. It'd be a shame for it to be damaged. Third is that I'm part of an organization co-founded about a year ago called Braver Angels. It's a .org. It's a nonprofit. And we've been meeting once a month at MPC. I have a co-chair. Her name is Deanna Ross. She's a splendid person. And we will be meeting at 10:30 on December the 1st. And this is people from both sides of the political spectrum, reds and blues and everybody in the middle, purples. And some people are really struggling. We're going to try to address at our meeting on December the 1st, people who are really struggling one way or the other with the election results. I don't mean here, but I mean nationally. So if you have a chance, come and see us 10:30 a.m. December 1st at Monterey Peninsula College, or contact me and I'll let you know where it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Evening. Just for the record, I'd like everyone to know that I was driving down Pine and it came just short of being T-boned by some driver coming across Fountain. So I'm hoping the wheels are turning and getting that remedied. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have any online public comment?
Elaine?
Hello, good evening. It's good to see you all. I was just calling for something about the construction that's going on at, Fountain and Lighthouse and everything. And I was wondering, there's barricades set up in different places on Fountain Avenue. And I had a recommendation how we might move them around, still keep the barriers, keep the people out. So, and there's plenty of room for them to work, but also keep all the people out that are crossing Fountain or trying to get across Fountain, and also get them out from in front of the gallery. Right now we have barricades that go from one end of the building to the other end of the building, and then come in and block off Gardner's Alley and also the back door to Victorian Corner. And I don't know, I'm not going to go into it because without seeing it, it's not going to make a lot of sense. But we could move them away so people can come out of the parking lot and go down Gardner's Alley, as opposed to now they have them going down across the parking lot, down 15th, across Lighthouse, and then down Lighthouse and coming back around to get to like the Quill or the bank or whatever. And if we allowed people to walk through the alley, it wouldn't be an inconvenience for them. And also, I don't know how customers are getting in Victorian Corner without having access to the back door. And I know that we only have our front door open at the gallery. And they did kind of move things around a little bit, but there's blockades in front of the gallery. So anyway, I'm hoping that I could speak with somebody out there tomorrow morning if it's not raining and they're going to be working tomorrow, or at some other time, because it's really affecting the gallery. Thank you.
Rebecca Lee.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I wanted to express my appreciation to Mr. Coletti for being the most awesome council liaison to the BNRC ever. He was there at, I think, every meeting the past 2 years except one, and was there to explain how things worked, to explain the best action needed to be taken to resolve something, how to write policy, information about where information bulletins are written and where they come from, and just such a wealth of information and a amazing guide and mentor. I'm still relatively speaking in shock that he won't be there anymore, and he will be very, very, very missed. And I just express my appreciation to you, Luke, also as a council member, and for your dedication and the voice of common sense, and let's look at the facts and let's see what it says here, and those kind of things. I really appreciate your work. And to you, Mayor Peak, I also will miss your thoroughness and attention that you give every matter. You don't hurry through things. I've really appreciated that about you. And to you, Ms. Beck, how you stand out in my mind is that you were always so attentive to crunching the numbers, and I'll miss your dedication, and I hope someone else fills your shoes to really look at the numbers behind all issues and how much we're spending, and if that's warranted. But anyway, my thanks to all of you for the work that you do, and I will miss you three very much. Thank you.
Ms. Luciani.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm really emotional after that. Try to pull myself together. First, I'd like to acknowledge Native American Heritage Month. I hope council members and all the public will make an effort this month and beyond to learn more about the indigenous ancestors of Central California and the concerns of their descendants, working to restore their culture and practice traditional stewardship of land and water, which can inform responses to climate change. And I hope the coming year will bring a new respect for the Ohlone, Coast-Snow, Esalen Nation and others for whom Pacific Grove is their homeland and whose ancestors are here. And now I'd like to bring your attention to the city's Shoreline Management Plan, or SMP, approved in June 2020. The plan was developed by a consultant who demonstrated great respect for public involvement in the process and worked in consultation with the Coastal Commission. After carefully analyzing the issues in several segments along PG's Monterey Bay shoreline, the SMP outlined steps to be taken to implement the plan in the very near, medium, and long term and ongoing. But the SMP seems to be largely forgotten. As an example, the city is planning to construct a permanent extension of the coastal trail into the street on Ocean View Boulevard across from Esplanade Park. The good news is they're abandoning earlier misguided plans to build seawalls at that location. The bad news is they're paying no attention to the 3-page section of the SMP addressing the issues in the Esplanade area, including the specific area in question and similar concerns in close proximity. The plan points out the complexity of the issues in terms of safety for pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles if the trail is extended out into the street. The SMP emphasizes the need for a comprehensive solution for the area in question and 2 other areas in the same vicinity that should be considered together. It describes a permitting process involving public participation to address the complex issues there. However, a coastal development permit exemption determination was made, which would allow the city to address only the one area and to do the work piecemeal without a CDP hearing or public involvement. There is no emergency. This is irresponsible. The exemption determination has been challenged by citizens, and we await a coastal commission decision. If the SMP is disregarded, then the city will have wasted tens of thousands of dollars of taxpayer funds on yet another plan that's set aside, and will have to settle for a Band-Aid at this location. And huge appreciation to Debbie Beck for your dedicated service. You'll be so missed, along with Luke Coletti and Mayor Pete. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Thomas.
Hi, I just wanted to follow up with Mr. Gibbs about at the post office, because most of you know that little statue was a gift to the city from our local metal sculptor, Chris Bell. And even though he's not living, but his wife still lives here, the statue was their son Jordan, who walked in the butterfly parade. And I walked by the post office too. I know that must be a tricky thing to get on the post office property if it doesn't fall under works or be it RNC or whatever, but that would really be travesty to have that statue fall and break anyway. And then I just want to also thank Councilman Coletti and Debbie Beck, that are true treasures for the council, for our city, and local government. Thank you.
Anthony Chiani.
First, let me thank Mayor Peak, Councilmember Coletti, and Councilmember Beck for all their hard work and the service that they've provided to the city. It will be missed. I just want to fall back on what Lisa Chiani was saying, and that is the city is planning to proceed with a project without any public input. No coastal permits. As far as I can see, no permits. They're just planning to do a project in the public right of way, part of the shoreline trail. That's unconscionable. What I was going to speak to you about is the historic resources inventory was updated in 2018 and 19. And as part of that, it was recommended that a formalization of a neighborhood character list and a related review process for local historic districts. And on July 27th, 2022, the HRC voted to establish committees to do that. They ended up getting a proposal from Page and Turnbull that came out on August 1st, 2023, followed up with a PowerPoint on September 2023 to do that work. And that proposal, that contract has gone nowhere. That's unconscionable. Why has the city planning department, why has, I'm not who's responsible for this, but somebody is, it's not happening. And you go to the HRC meetings and they're fumbling around like, well, maybe we should use the neighborhood character list. But where is the neighborhood character list? Please, you guys do something to make this happen, because the planning department doesn't seem to be able to. Thank you.
Emily Garcia.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your service. And before I forget, happy Thanksgiving. So, Councilmember Beck, I saw your post on Nextdoor. And, it saddened me, the fact that someone had forwarded your email, whatever, to the media. And, prior before, you being able to make a public announcement yourself. And, I kind of thought, oh my gosh, everything that you folks have been through with regards to conduct and, how to treat this person, that person, and what have you. And then for this to happen, it's just really beyond, I can't wrap my head around it. But anyway, what I want to say is how unprofessional that was. And I certainly hope going forward, whoever it was that did it, that you do things differently, because that was just really inappropriate. I think very disrespectful. So, Councilmember Beck, I want to thank you very much for your service, for your tenacity, for your perseverance in getting things done and being heard, even though maybe sometimes people didn't want to hear what you had to say, but you were persistent, and that was very, very important. You made a great impact for our community, and I appreciate your time and your commitment, and your willingness to continue moving forward with the family impacts and what have you that you experienced during your tenure. And Councilmember Coletti, I remember telling you years ago, either go to law school or get into politics. So we see where you went. And I want you to know that you've done a phenomenal job. And when I look at your work record and what you have produced as a city council member, it's quite phenomenal and very impressive. So I want to thank you very much for all your hard work. Making some very important changes to the city charter and what have you. So I want to thank you for your service. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
Am I on?
Yes.
Thank you very much. This is Inga Lorenzen-Doimer, and my computer has pooped out. I cannot type anything in. The keyboard does strange things, and there are no longer instructions about *9 and *6 on the call-in. So I was just going from memory, and frankly, at my age, that's getting a little weaker now. And unfortunately, that's what we're losing on council too, is the grown-ups with all the knowledge. And I feel we're going to feel that loss tremendously in the next council, truly, because the institutional knowledge and the dedication and the work done by Councilmember Coletti, Debbie Beck, and our outgoing mayor have been instrumental in moving this city in decent directions. And frankly, with the nastiness of this campaign, I am really worried about it. I had my little free library door ripped off. I had political signs defaced, and I didn't report them because guess what? Who's going to do anything about it? And the culprits know who they are. And unfortunately, they're incoming. So I'm a little worried, and I feel like there's no place for me in my hometown now. And it's worrisome. But I want to thank the outgoing members very, very much. You've made my life bearable. Thank you.
No further callers, Mayor.
All right, we're on to the consent agenda. Any council member wishing to pull an item from the consent agenda? Councilmember Colette?
9A, A is an apple.
9A, and that would be planning commission minutes, okay? 9A?
Yeah, not the minutes. It's a actual.
Oh, I'm
report.
sorry. Okay, recommendation. All right, not seeing any other hands. Anyone from the public wishing to pull a consent agenda item?
No hands online, Mayor.
I have a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion and pulling 9A. Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we'll hear item 9A. Councilmember Coletti, would you like to start off? And it's your item too, so.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I have some slides on this. Thank you. So, as mentioned in the agenda report, council recently implemented policy that allows our boards, committees, and commissions to make direct recommendations, policy recommendations to the council through a prescribed form and procedure, which is outlined in the agenda report. And the Planning Commission took advantage of that new policy and offered up a recommendation regarding multimodal transit options. Next slide, please. And these came forward through a planning commission subcommittee that Peter Nazinski was on. Specifically, the planning commission recommendation was that the city council approve reissuing the April RFP, request for proposal, for complete streets planning services, that the RFP not include the proposed budget ceiling of $100,000 included in the original request. So there was an RFP that was issued to implement a planning document for complete streets, but it was capped at $100,000. The city manager has later received an estimate indicating that that planning document actually, as scoped in the RFP, would cost closer to $300,000 to $500,000. Next slide, please. So it seems unlikely, based on conversations that I had with the city manager and also with Chair Murphy of the Planning Commission, that that RFP would be released just based on the initial assessment of the cost. But a less costly plan, which kind of fits in as a subset of the recommendation from the Planning Commission, would be to pursue a citywide bicycle network master plan that will inform future street improvement projects. And this is basically to develop a specific plan or a specific network of paths, bicycle paths, that then can be implemented as money comes in and specific projects are approved. So basically, it's a plan on what we want to do, and then future CIP projects will realize that. As a side, the TAMC's 2018 active transportation plan has a nice list of bike route projects. And it was thought, after a conversation with the city manager, that perhaps TAMC could help develop a master plan for the city. And maybe that involves some initial discussion and then perhaps some presentations. So what we've got is the recommendation from Planning Commission to reissue the RFP. And I think I'd like to now have the city manager speak to to why that might be problematic as far as costs are concerned.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Coletti. Yeah, so in anticipation of this item, I reached out to a consultant who prepares these complete street plans and asked them what they think a realistic budget might be, so we don't put this back out, have a bunch of people put a lot of work into it and then find out it's expensive. They estimated for what we put in our scope of work, between $300,000 and $500,000. And I'm going to guess the way these things work, it'll be closer to $500,000. So their guidance at this point was we need to update our general plan in a year or so. We want to kick that off. And some of these elements will be required in that update. This California law changed in 2008. So when you make substantial changes to your circulation element, you also have to include now complete street elements. So we'll be needing to do that work anyway. So and talking it through with the consultant, they advised we actually put that money towards doing a project. And lately we've talked a lot about Pine Avenue. We've talked about different needs in that area. So perhaps that would be a place to put those funds towards as we start to plan for next year and our CIP schedule.
And just one final thought. So a circulation element is actually, council did approve funds for amending our general plan to reflect changes in the housing element and whatnot. And an update to the circulation element. In fact, that's going to be part of that as well, as far as funds that have already been authorized or approved, right?
From my understanding, the general plan update we want to do is a holistic one. So we want to look at the whole general plan, not just specific elements. So that would include changes to the circulation element. Yes.
So but the elements that we've already approved to be amended.
I want to say that we have a head start on it. Next year we will need to come back and ask for additional funding to do the entire update. We don't have quite enough funding for the whole work, but that is the effort we're starting. Yes.
Okay. And that includes a circulation element.
Yes, that would include that.
Okay. Well, that's my presentation. I know there are a couple of members from the Planning Commission here to speak as well.
All right, we'll now go out to public comment. Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pete, council members. I'll just give you a little more background, but what Councilman Coletti and the city manager have told you is certainly accurate. Back in January of last year, the Planning Commission appointed a two-person subcommittee, Ross Davison and Peter Nozensky, to look into transportation issues. And that grew out of two things. One was your own goal of establishing complete streets. And the other was, as we worked on the housing element, we realized we'd have to redo the transportation or circulation element. And this was an attempt to get a head start on that. The commission worked for several months, interviewed a lot of people in town, wrote a preliminary report. And just as they were doing their work, the city issued its own RFP without any input from us. And the members of the subcommittee really liked the RFP and thought it was really going in the direction that they were going. And they were disappointed that the RFP really got no bidders because that $100,000 limit in the RFP. So that's where our recommendation came from. The commission and then the full committee suggested that, as Councilmember Coletti said, that an RFP be released with no cost ceiling to see what happened. And after that, I talked with the city manager at least twice, with Councilman Coletti several times, and they pretty much described what they described tonight. The suggestion to do an RFP without a cost attached probably didn't make sense, but they understood that our goal was to get to complete streets, and doing it, maybe in a piecemeal fashion, maybe would work. And I guess I made an assumption that you folks probably didn't want to spend $500,000 on it, but I may have been wrong. And maybe you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. I am the Peter Nodzinski of the subcommittee of the Planning Commission. I'm speaking on my own behalf. Even as we speak, I still like the RFP. And money's no option. The idea of, I think somehow, some way, there needs to be a master plan for biking and walking, identify areas that we think are important to get to, and then identify the bike method to get there or the walking method. Safe ways to schools, safe way to the farmer's market, the library, lighthouse, just whatever location, identify the locations and identify the ways, the methods to get there. If Pine Avenue is a method, then that would be a good project. To do just projects isolated without the master plan, I'm opposed to that because, I would, right now, I'm not biking on Pine Avenue. If you want to make Bike Avenue a biking network to get me to somewhere, well, then that's part of the discussion. So, like, for example, if David Avenue is part of the bike network and you're replacing the sidewalks, that would trigger the idea, is this part of the bike network? Then what do we do about that? Do we implement some kind of biking infrastructure? And again, it's always, the cost is going to happen no matter what. If it's too expensive to implement a biking while we're doing the sidewalk, it's not going to be, cost will always come up. But once we have the plan, at least that will trigger, yes or no. David's not on the network, so then we don't have to implement biking infrastructure. Does that make sense? So we got bike racks. Where should we put the bike racks? We should put the bike racks where it's going to be part of the biking network or the walking network. So, yeah, and in each case, this is, the money is going to determine, what to do in what cases. So, if we're replacing the sewer in the street, that could be an opportunity to think about, or if we're resurfacing the streets, should we implement some type of, is that part of the bike network or not? So my whole key idea here is to get the top-up approach from getting the bike network established and then determine, does that need to have the biking type of infrastructure or safe walkways or whatever have you. So identify the network first and then do the projects, and the projects will come. So somehow the network has to be first and not individual projects. That's kind of my approach, and that's what I would recommend. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any virtual public comment?
No virtual public. I'm sorry, we have one virtual public commenter. Anthony Gianni?
I don't ride a bike anymore, but I used to. I still walk. But the competition between pedestrians, bicycles, and cars is real. And in Pacific Grove, you see it in many locations, especially along the shoreline. But obviously, within the city, there's a network of avenues for bicyclists and for pedestrians. Watching kids, if you watch, and this is what city planning instructors taught me 60 years ago, is stay still and watch the flow of people, whether they're walking or whether they're on a bicycle or whether they're in automobiles, and see where that flow goes. Where's the stopping and starting? What works, what doesn't work? And in Pacific Grove, we don't have that. So anything and everything that the city council can do to make that part of the general plan going forward, instead of what we have in the 1994 general plan, will be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
No further hands, Mayor.
Council discussion, Councilmember Coletti.
Well, thank you. I think it's been emphasized, and I agree that establishing a bike network and defining the bike network is essential. And by putting it in the general plan, we would have to make consistency findings for every project that came forward. So I think the general plan is the right place to put that bike network, that master plan. And I just was wondering if the city manager agrees with that.
Yeah, I think that would also be a great place to memorialize that.
Okay. Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor. What I would love to see is the subcommittee with the planning department work together with the traffic commission and then also TAMC. So to create a group that could possibly put something forward for the general plan to help them out as well. Because I know that Peter is very involved with this, and I think the Traffic Commission, and then we have the liaison for TMC here as well. I think they could all work together really well and create the needs for our community to make it more user friendly as far as getting out there, being able to walk, being able to bike, and focusing on that, especially for the general plan, because that's well into the $1 million range plus. So I think we incorporate that need of the 300,000 to 500,000 and make it part of the general plan. But I would love to see a combination of those perhaps subcommittees working together and bringing it forward to council. So thank you.
Councilmember Pedori.
I saw the mayor looking. So so my thoughts on this, I would say, first of all, it's great to see something like this coming up. I'm for complete streets, as you all may know. The intention of whether it needs to be in the general plan or on its own, I think it needs to be decided. And I would encourage city manager and ourselves to talk through things. We're going to have a new council in place, and we'll also have a goal setting for the new council, which is going to be coming up fairly shortly. My suggestion is we discuss this item as part of that council goal setting action plan to see which direction we want to go. I know Tansy has been working on updating the bike paths, bike maps for the entire county, not just Pacific Grove itself. So Pacific Grove is part of it. But happy to see what we can do from TAMC to take things forward. From what I know, one of the aspects and this is something that I've discovered, is that when it comes to funding for plans, not necessarily projects, there is not much funding out there. But that's something that we can also re-examine to see if we can make any inroads there. But this is a great effort, and I think if we've heard about this in several, I would say, settings. Councilmember Breck brought up the item by the school where we introduced complete streets as one of those action items to do. I view this as something that will come up all the time with any project that we undertake, and so it just makes sense for us to look at it holistically, what we can do to Pacific Grove as a whole. While we're tackling the housing element, which is going to introduce other kind of housing units and walkability and all those factors in there, how we can all tackle all of these things together. So anyway, my suggestion is review this with the new council in place and take things forward. Thank you.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually agree a lot with everything that's been said so far. And I think it was an interesting comment by Mr. Ciani about watching the flow to see what's happening. And I think that's always a really intelligent way to figure out if people come from outside, they may not notice trends depending on what time of day they're there, for example. But we have experts in our community. So I like the idea of maybe the Planning Commission and whatever other subcommittees there are working together, people who know and use our streets that can help inform, because even then when we do have it implemented into our general plan, I think that is really valuable information to help inform that. And it actually has people who know and use our network being the ones that help inform the direction that takes. And that could even shave off some of the costs potentially, because we have local people with local knowledge informing the decision. So I really like that idea. Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is that this is an issue that's of importance, and it's great. Appreciate the Planning Commission and the subcommittee for working on this, and Councilmember Coletti as well for raising awareness. And it sounds like there's a number of options of how specifically you might take this forward, but that those actions of going forward would be next year during council goal setting and discussions with TAMC, and perhaps more discussions in the Planning Commission. So I'm not hearing a specific action to take tonight, other than to continue this dialogue even wider than it is today.
And to that point, Your Honor, the recommended action is to receive the recommendation and take no further action.
Okay. All right. I think that closes item 9A. And let me check with Mr. Pierrick. We're supposed to start 11A district boundaries at 7 o'clock. Are we close enough to 7 o'clock?
City
let's-
manager's assisting me on how to use the microphone. So I would say that we should probably maybe take a 5-minute recess, or I know there's
Yes.
a presentation that could be presented, but I'm understanding it could take, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, let's just wait. Take a recess, 5 minutes. Thank you. We'll resume at 7.
Recording stopped.
Would you please have? Please take a seat. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Recording in progress.
All right, we're now ending recess. We'll start with item 11A. Mr. Mogensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you recall, because it wasn't very long ago, on October 2nd, the council passed a resolution that declared its intent to initiate the procedures to transition from at-large council districts to district-based council member elections. So what that means is that, today previously somebody has voted for council members from the whole city. And in the future will be divided up into districts. So you'll vote for the council member in that district. We were waiting for Measure Z to see the results of that. That would have reduced our council member seats from 6 to 4. As we all have seen now that has failed. So initiating this process is the first of our public hearings in this effort. We now know that we're going to be looking to create 6 districts through this process. This is going to be a series of 4 public hearings, the first one being tonight, and then we'll have a workshop on January 8th as well to help the residents to draw maps and understand how those are drawn. So with us tonight online is Dr. Jeff Tilton. He's a senior consultant with National Demographic Corporation, and he's going to walk us through a presentation, and then we will take public comment.
Thanks, Matt. Hello, everyone. It's good to be working with another jurisdiction in Monterey County. I had the privilege of working with your city manager at his previous jurisdiction on both the transition to by-district elections and then a few years later for the redistricting after the census in 2020. And I was also fortunate enough to assist the Pacific Grove Unified School District transition to by trustee area. I think it was 2021 or so. So hopefully this will be very informational for you. For the sake of council, this particular presentation will again be repeated. That is by design. It'll be repeated again in December. And I'll go through the schedule with you as Matt had talked a little bit about as well. So we're talking about moving from an at-large election system to by-district. The California Voting Rights Act was written specifically to encourage by-district elections. Under the Federal Voting Rights Act, a jurisdiction must fail 4 factual tests before it is in violation of the law. But California makes it easier for a plaintiff as it strikes 2 of those for Gingell's tests. So the liability is now determined by only by the presence of racially polarized voting to elect or influence the outcome of elections. So the impact is no jurisdiction, I should say, has successfully been able to fight a plaintiff's claim. There have been settlements and there have been court rulings, and they've all come at a price. And you have some of the judgments or settlements listed there. And what is missing here is the information with respect to the internal resources that were expended by the jurisdiction. So it's a lot more than just what those figures show you. So because of the CVRA, or the California Voting Rights Act, you can see at least 328 school districts have moved 200 cities. And we keep seeing more and more moving to by district or by trustee area or by ward or division if it's a special district like a water district, et cetera. So as Matt mentioned, we have a process. It's designed by law that we have 2 initial hearings, and they are tonight and December 18th. As I mentioned, it's essentially a repeat of tonight. They're held prior to the release of draft maps. So it's to solicit input from the community on the composition of the districts. And in this case, there will be 6 districts in the city of Pacific Grove. We must post draft maps 7 days prior to the 3rd hearing, and that will be on February 5th. Now I'm gonna talk a little bit about some of the tools that we'll offer to assist folks who would like to draft maps. And although it says 7 days prior, we want to get those maps from the residents or whomever is going to draft maps and submit at least 10 days, because it takes a little bit of work to prepare those and to have them ready for council and posting to the city's website. Matt had mentioned that we are going to have a public forum and a workshop. Essentially, the public forum, and oh, by the way, that will be in council chambers. I believe it's at 6 p.m. on January 8th. It is on January 8th, but I believe it's at 6 p.m. It's again to really repeat what I'm sharing with you tonight and in December, but also with a little less formality, a little more open question and answer type thing. But the big meat and potatoes of January 8th will be to assist folks on the mapping tools. I'm going to show you a couple of the mapping tools that we're going to have available. They'll be on the city's website soon, and clearly they'll be available for the January 8th workshop. And so all in preparation for the 2 hearings on the draft maps for February 5th and March 5th. And so council will have an opportunity to look at those draft maps that will be submitted for your consideration, and you can actually direct me to revise particular draft maps if you so choose. We'll also look at election sequencing as we're looking at each of the maps. And the second meeting of the draft maps, March 5th, you'll have ideally the first reading of your ordinance, and then the map adoption will be March 19th. So it seems like we're a long way out, but this will actually go rather quickly, especially since we have holidays in between as well. So we must follow a process, and we have to follow rules, and federal law trumps everything. And we must create, in this case, 6 districts of equal population. The courts have allowed up to a 10% deviation across those 6 districts. And I'll show you how many folks will need to be in each district in a few minutes. So the deviation will be very tight. We must follow the Federal Voting Rights Act, and we can have no racial gerrymandering. And then we shift to California's criteria. And we must do these in prioritized order. We want to have our districts, they must be geographically contiguous. We want to avoid dividing neighborhoods and communities of interest. And we want to have easily identifiable boundaries. We talked, I was listening earlier about the traffic stuff with pedestrians and bikes. So you have some main roads in the community, and we want our districts to be compact. And then there's a key here now with the California prohibition that we shall not adopt election district boundaries for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against an incumbent political candidate or political party. No other criterion may be prioritized over statutory criteria. So we must use the latest census. In this case, it was the 2020 census. And yes, we are approaching 2025, but we must use the 2020 census. And the number yielded 15,125 residents in the city of Pacific Grove. So each of the 6 districts must contain about 2,521. So it really creates a tight window when you're looking at equal population across those 6 districts. And now again, we can have a deviation of less than 10%. We don't even want to get into double digits, but we'll help you through that. So when we're looking at concentrations of citizen voting age population, citizen voting age would be residents who are citizens who are eligible to vote. They may be registered to vote, but they may not. And so when we're looking at the concentrations here, I'm going to show you a few of these maps. There's no geographic concentration of Latinos in Pacific Grove. We're looking at the same with Asian American citizen voting age population. And then we're looking at African American citizen voting age population. So there's no large geographic concentration of those particular 3. So the big part of tonight and helping at the town hall, the workshop, public forum in January is defining neighborhoods. And how do you describe or name the area where you live, and what are its geographic boundaries, and what other neighborhoods are there? And so, like I mentioned, you can use roads, and maybe there are some landmarks, Lighthouse, some of the other areas in Pacific Grove that folks are familiar with, that defines a particular area or a neighborhood in the city of Pacific Grove. So I just took this off your website, the city's website, and it's just City of Pacific Grove neighborhood. Thank you, whoever provided this. And it's really a nice tool. I can tell you though that each neighbor, or most of these neighborhoods, have more than 2,500 people in them. So there are going to be situations, if you use this as a determining factor of defining neighborhoods, some of these neighborhoods, and I would like to say most of these neighborhoods, will likely be divided just because of the federal law requirement saying that 6 districts must be of equal population. But it's a great starting point. So when we're looking at communities of interest, it is a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single district for the purposes of its effective and fair representation. And some of those things might be shared socioeconomic characteristics or shared histories. What we do know, they may not include relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. That's not the definition of a community of interest. So here are some of the socioeconomic demographics, and it shows you, a concentration of particular college graduates or household incomes over 75,000 a year, or the renters. And you can see the percentage on the key there. Now, part of the city is going to allow folks to participate by using map drawing tools. And here is a tool I want to note, however, this particular example, and I'm glad we're being recorded, this particular example in the language on the tool, it says the population for each of the 4 districts must be close to. That's going to be changed because, again, we were kind of in the middle of the Measure Z, and instead of confusing folks, and I don't know if we did this or not just now, but we were kind of looking at Measure Z. Instead of putting 2 maps on there, one for 4 districts and one for 6, we just decided to throw one up there just for the sake of conversation and tonight. It will be changed for the December. So like I mentioned earlier, it'll be the exact same presentation, except for this particular slide. It'll have the language in there that talks about the population for 6 districts instead of 4. So this is just one where folks can use it and just draw, and color in a particular district that they may like. There's also, which I think is a great tool, it's an online map drawing tool. And this will be a big part of the January 8th session when I come into town at the council chambers, this is called Dave's Redistricting. I know it really doesn't make sense, but that's the name of the tool. It's really easy to use. And here again is an example, and with apologies, this particular example shows 4 districts. It has since been changed to 6. And if something were to happen with Measure Z and it becomes 4 districts, we'll change it back to 4 districts. But here we are as an example. This drills down into the census blocks, and we use census blocks when we're looking at creating districts. This particular example shows precincts, voter precincts, and the number of people in each precinct. So it's a great tool. It's easy to use, and then folks can just use this tool, send it to the website, the email address that's listed right above there, and it gets to me. I formalize it. I'll put a table together that shows you the analytics for each map, and that'll help you inform your decision as we get into February and March. So with respect to the public hearing, Mayor and Council, when you're looking at getting comment from the community, what do you consider your neighborhood, and what are your communities of interest? And are there any questions on the process, etc.? And here are ways to share your thoughts. We have the website, phone number, and an email. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the mayor. And thank you, everyone. And by the way, happy Thanksgiving as well.
Mr. Mogensen, do you have any other comments before we go to the public?
I had one further comment, and Jeff, you may have said this, so I apologize if you did. But when we're creating districts, we're limited to doing it by census blocks, correct? We can't divide
Correct.
census blocks.
That's correct. Yeah, thanks, Matt, for bringing that up. You can tell we worked together on these before.
All right, we'll go to public comment. Please come to the podium if you wish to speak. And if seeing none, do we have any virtual public comment?
We have no virtual, I'm sorry, we have one virtual, two. Jane Haynes?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. On November 18, I wrote you requesting data about the numbers and locations of Pacific Grove residents as a prerequisite for determining how many residents should be in each voting district. Luke responded by informing me that the city has the census block data that was just referred to, that shows the number of residents per block. So we do have the data we need to determine the location of the boundaries for our 6 voting districts, which was just said to be constituted 2,521 residents per district. I got a slightly different number, but they're close. So I have 2 suggestions for drawing the voting district boundaries. First, note that children who attend Robert Down Elementary School live on the north side of Senex Avenue, and those who attend Forest Grove live on the south side. Since families often identify with their children's elementary school, even through middle and high school, Senex Avenue should be a major dividing line between one set of districts and the other set to make families feel more connected based on where their children went to elementary school. Second, I suggest that PG model its voting districts after Monterey's neighborhood association structure. Monterey has 16 active neighborhood associations, each of which recommends capital improvement projects like street upgrades, parks, and sewers. Monterey allocates 16% of its TOT revenue to projects chosen by these associations, not chosen by staff. But that empowers those neighborhood associations in a manner that does not exist in Pacific Grove. So I hope that Pacific Grove will similarly empower voting districts by allocating a portion of TOT revenue to carry out voting district decided projects. So I'm very enthusiastic about moving from at-large elections to district-based elections because I want it to lead to a stronger role in decision-making tailored to the specific needs of local neighborhoods. So I wish you a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Mike Gibbs?
Thank you. This is Mike Gibbs. I'm a member of the EDC. I have expressed my opposition to the districts and in favor of a mixed or hybrid voting situation. And I think we're probably past that now. But just a couple of things. One is that, I took statistics and I can't read the charts. So on page 7, I'm just going to ask a specific question of the NDC report. It reflects the 2020 census. Now, I'm only looking at that top left-hand piece. I'm not looking at it now, but I made some notes. And so it shows total population of 15,125, and then a breakdown. And here's the breakdown that I see on the chart. And I probably just don't understand how the numbers, and I'm just asking for an explanation. But Hispanic is 14%, white 80%, Black 2%, Asian Pacific Islander 11%, Native American 1%. And I don't know, when I took math, that, if you took 100% of something, all those numbers have to fit into 100. And those numbers come out to be 108%. And I'm sure there's some sort of explanation for that, because I don't get it, but maybe somebody could explain that. Maybe you're a consultant. And my only other comment is I wish more people would show up for the public meetings. I hope people show up for the sessions on drawing the maps. I think it's absolutely critical, as Ms. Haynes said. Here we are now, and let's do it the right way. The only thing I would say is that in some cities I'm familiar with, they're larger cities, bigger populations. And what's happened over the years is that the districts get gerrymandered. Everybody probably knows what that means, but the districts they have all these weird squiggles and arms and legs jutting out to capture certain streets or areas to affect voting on the council. And I would strongly urge that we don't end up with something that looks like that. It needs to be clear and transparent. So thank you very much. Maybe the consultant will explain to me how the numbers add up to 108%. I'm sure there's a good explanation, and I look forward to hearing it. Thank you.
Anthony Chiani.
This is an exciting pursuit. I have several questions. One is, when you're looking at the neighborhoods, surely some of the neighborhoods have a lower density of occupation. So, of occupation. So there may be a neighborhood that's fairly large physically, but in order to have the same number of people in a denser neighborhood someplace else. I'm curious about what looks like in the boundaries. The outer boundary around the shoreline seems to be out in the water. So are the people who live in those neighborhoods that are adjacent to the water, do they somehow represent the interests of other people who may care about that area of the water? I looked at a survey, this is in 1981, where people were asked to identify the neighborhoods they lived in. And it was an area somewhat like this, where the highest elevation was 860 feet, lowest elevation was the mean high tide line. And people who could see the horizon somehow thought the horizon was part of their neighborhood. So the natural boundaries, canyons, streams, rivers, the shoreline, the horizon line, how do those fit into the man-made boundaries such as Pine Avenue, Lighthouse Avenue, which in a way are somewhat artificial? But as Jane Haynes pointed out, it's a matter of attitudes and perceptions. So people who perceive their neighborhood in terms of the school their children go to, that's going to be different than the place where the children have gone away and everybody lives in a rural area, some semi-rural area who enjoy the horizon as part of their neighborhood. This will be very interesting. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Carol Marquardt.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question. It's going to take about 10 seconds. Just as a matter of dissenting, and I know this may not be in the spirit of the Voting Rights Act, but what if in the 2025 census, we refuse to state our political party, our gender, and our race? What effect would that have? Thank you.
Carmelita Garcia.
Oh, I thought I lowered my hand. Well, thank you anyway. Hey, I just want to thank staff and the council for placing this on the agenda at 7 p.m. And I think it was done so that more people could zoom in or show up. And I want to echo what has been said. You know, I hope more members of the public tune into these public hearings, because this is where they're going to learn about the redistricting and how to participate, you know, in presenting their ideas and what have you. Anyway, so I just hope people tune in. And I know the city did a good job about putting information out there as to when the meetings were going to be occurring and what have you. And I know other people have done the same on Facebook and Nextdoor social media. So thank you very much.
And no further hands, Mayor.
Council discussion? Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I actually want to ask a clarifying question. So, Mr. Tilton, you had mentioned when you got to the last map that you showed, which I believe you said was the census blocks, and those have the numbers in them. So if we have to have districts that are 2,500, I believe you said, or less, and they have to be contiguous, I'm looking at some of these and we can't, I'm not seeing how we can meet those numbers. If you look up, like on the bottom of the map, you see a 1776, an 1866, a 1245. So I'm not understanding how we can use census blocks to meet the numbering requirements.
Yeah, Councilmember McDonald, those are precincts. Those are not census blocks. Yeah, so it's there's, if you see, I believe you're looking at slide 16. I think you are.
I'm actually looking at it in the agenda, so I don't know which slide it is.
Okay, yeah, there's on the tool, it'll say county, city, precinct, block, and precinct is highlighted. And so, and this is part of the stuff I'll work on at the workshop. I'll show folks how to drill down to get to the census block. And you know, it's almost, this is almost like, all right, do you want to do a 25-piece puzzle or a 100-piece puzzle? You know, so it's just for illustrative purposes. So sorry for the confusion.
Okay, thanks so much for that explanation.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Kind of as a follow-up to that, so the smallest subdivision that we're allowed to build districts out of is the census blocks. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, so the boundaries of the districts will in fact follow the boundaries of the census blocks.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, so I'm just going to ask something about, you know, you've been at this a long time. Pacific Grove has a land mass or land area of about 2.87 square miles. We're going to divide that up into 6 districts, so that's about 0.478 square miles per district.
Yeah.
Have you ever developed a districting, a system based on that small of an area? And by the way, Mr. Chiani's point is spot on, because that assumes equal population, you know, a homogeneous population throughout the city, which isn't even close to being the case. In fact, when I looked at this, when you look out at the beach tract area, where most of our open space is, Silmar Dunes, the golf course, the cemetery, et cetera. That area, that neighborhood, if you want to call it, that land area that's going to be developed into a district represents almost 40% of the land area in the city. So you're left with 60% to divide up the remaining 5 districts. And that's assuming that's homogeneous too, which it isn't. So
Right.
I guess what I'm saying is we're a small city with a large number of districts. What's your experience in that?
Yeah, probably the closest, and with apologies, I would have to say it's your school district, with very similar, census blocks, obviously. But I know what you're talking about, especially in the coastline. That's a huge area, but again, we have to respect the guidelines with respect to using census blocks. And if you look at slide 16, and I need stronger glasses, obviously, but there's 0 people living on a particular census block that circles, the coastline there. So, when you're looking, and to your question, Councilmember Coletti, is the school district was really similar. I believe it was a little bit larger because they only had 5 trustee areas instead of 6. And I believe that they had, it's been a while. So please, I know we're recorded and everything, so please don't, this is purely a guess, that they had more folks to work with when they did their initial districting for trustee areas. But they, it went all the way through, Pebble Beach, and really reached down to the south. And as we know, there aren't a whole lot of residents, or very few residents. And so they looked like they were really large trustee areas. And then as you got into Pacific Grove, those trustee areas got a little bit smaller, but because they're more congested.
Yeah, that's right. The school district, I think, extends all the way to Bird Rock Road. I think that's right. And then there's 5 trustee areas. But so I think, so for the city, it's going to be it's more districts and a smaller land area. So
Yeah.
I think it's going to be an interesting development.
Yes. So the
Um,
more participation we have, the better,
Yeah. Okay. Well, my concern has always been with roughly 2,500 residents per district, you're going to have, if you're lucky, maybe if you have one person standing for election, and it's going to, hopefully you would have at least 2 to have a choice from. You might only be lucky to have 1. In fact, you might have 0.
Right.
And in that case, we're just appointing people and there is no real representation. It's just dealer's choice up at the council level. So those are some of my concerns. Thank you.
You're very
Councilmember
welcome.
Van-
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Tilton, I just have a question. You had mentioned political party. Can you kind of elaborate on that a little bit for me? Since we are a nonpartisan position here, how does that play into the census? and
Yeah,
the
it doesn't play into the census. It's a matter of creating districts that might, where one might have a strong political party associated with it. So has nothing to do really with the census. It would just be more local.
So that would be a challenge in itself as well.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a caller that mentioned political party, and we don't use that. We don't use data like that when we're creating these maps.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Hey.
And Mayor, may I get back to Mr. Gibbs? He had a concern on the percentage, or 108%. I'm going to look into that. I don't know if you can see how red my face is right now for being embarrassed, but didn't catch that. But we'll make sure that's corrected, or have an explanation in December.
All right. Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Dr. Tilton, for the presentation.
You're
And I have a question, for example, off of David Avenue, there's a couple of cul-de-sacs in there, which is a high concentration of apartments. And I'm just curious, you obviously have experience where there's been a high concentration of apartments. How do you compensate for those people that live in those apartments?
So they would be considered a community of interest, just on the surface. And they will, the number of individuals that are within those apartments, if they are in it, well, they'll be in a census block, whether it's one census block or two census blocks. We are going to try to keep them together unless there's a compelling reason why they should not be together. For example, if there's more than 2,500 people in, in a particular set of census blocks where there might be high density housing. So hopefully that helps you.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Tolton, for this. I'm looking forward to taking your expertise, Mr. Mogensen's expertise together to see how this unfolds. I have a question. I think this will come up from the public, so I just want to make sure I understand this. So you said that the maps will be published at least 7 days prior to the third hearing, and we're having a community discussion. Looks like a community workshop on January 8th. The third hearing appears to be February 5th. So between January 8th and January 28th, the MAPS tool will be live and working?
Well, council member, I'm working with your city manager to get the link on what's called Dave's Redistricting, to get that up and active, hopefully tomorrow. So folks can actually start drawing maps, and then they would submit those to me through the city, but you cannot see them until prior to February 5th. Okay, when they're posted. And the same holds true for what we call it a paper map. Your city manager should be getting those. They may not be tomorrow, but rather soon. So it reflects 6 districts instead of 4. So it doesn't confuse folks. But yeah, folks can start drawing today. We take napkins. If someone wanted to draw a map on a napkin, we'll take it and try to decipher it and put it through the system. And by the way, we take every particular suggested map from anybody, and then we bring, as your city manager knows, we'll bring every map to you. But what I will do is I will separate out those maps that are viable and those that are not. And I'll explain why those non-viable maps are in the situation they're in. Likely because the deviation is too high. That's usually the case. They have too many people in one district versus another district, and it really shoots the deviation over that 10% threshold. Or maybe their map was not contiguous, but I will explain that to you when you get those maps on February 5th.
Okay.
Councilmember Pedori, if I could ask for one clarification really quickly, because I think your question was, when will the deadline be to submit those maps for the first hearing?
There's 2-part question. So when will be the deadline and when will these maps be shown to the public? It looks like both of those are January 28th.
Yeah, well, I believe, Jeff, we should have known that on this, probably. We got to talk about that, but probably 10 days prior to the public hearing will be the deadline, so that you have a couple days to process and post them all.
Yeah, and I'll put that on the next PowerPoint, and Matt, we could probably put that on the website too.
Okay, thank you. And from what I understand, anybody can submit, so you can have a John Doe submit and you'll still publish it, correct?
A John Doe can submit. We will process it, and then it'll be published to the city's website and come before you for consideration. If it's a viable map, we're going to position you for success. But if it's a non-viable map, we're still going to present it to you. And we want to honor the individual that took the time to draft a map for this particular initiative.
Okay, and this Dave's drawing tool is going to be available. The link will be available tomorrow, correct?
I have to defer to the city manager on that because I sent it to him about an hour or two ago.
Yeah, Councilmember Pedorian, we probably also want to just double check and make sure that the math is correct in the sheet on the percentages and make sure that we have 6 versus 4 and before we post the link. So it
Yeah.
could take 2 days. You just want to double check those things first.
Okay, I just want to level set expectations with whoever wants to do the next things. It seems like it'll be next week before the map will be live. It'll be January 28th before the maps will be published, and roughly January 25th before is the deadline for folks to submit. And if I'm not capturing that correctly, if you could just include those with the next discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you ahead of time for all the work that you're doing and will be doing for us. Appreciate it. One question, and then maybe a philosophical set of comments. I assume there's a high correlation between the number of registered voters and the number of people of voting age in a census tract. Is that correct?
Well, in this case, you have, just over 15,000 residents based on the census, the 2020 census, and a rather high citizen voting age population of nearly 12,000. So it's a high percentage of whether they're registered to vote or not. That's, we have to look down. You can see for 2022, there were 10,509 registered to vote. So still a high percentage compared to the number of folks who live in Pacific Grove based on the 2020 census.
Where I was going was, what happens if you happen to accumulate a bunch of census tracts and get to the right number, the 2,500 number, but it has lower number of registered voters than another district?
Yeah.
Have you encountered that?
Oh, yeah, especially with newer communities or growing communities where there's new housing and you have young families coming in. So your citizen voting age population is going to be a lot lower.
Jeff?
But we still have to create the districts, in this case of 2,521.
Jeff, that point of clarification, when people are drawing their maps and the data that they'll see that will be created for each district, I don't believe it's going to note people's voter registration, is it?
That's correct. That is correct.
That's
It will.
It's just the voting age, not the number of people registered to vote. And so that was my initial question, was across census districts, is there even percentage or a constant percentage of the number of people registered to vote? I suspect it's uneven, but maybe it's.
So, and I failed to mention, sorry, Mayor, I failed to mention that when I provide for you and the public, each map will have a table very similar to the table that you see tonight. And it'll break down each district and the total population in each district, how it breaks down, Hispanic, Latino, non-Hispanic, white, etc. And it'll also show you the citizen voting age population. So you'll receive those data on each of the draft maps.
Okay, great. Since you brought up ethnic breakdown, could you tell me how you did that, or how the census data works?
Well, when they're facilitating the census, they will ask these questions and ask, are you Hispanic, Latino, non-Hispanic, white, etc. And they fill that. Is someone trying to speak? And then the same thing with respect to age and if they're a citizen, citizen voting age population. And that's where all these data come from.
So if the census taker didn't come to my house, then obviously someone made some assumptions. Is that right?
Oh, I can't speak to that, sir. Yeah.
Mail. Okay. Anyhow, we're not debating the census, so, thank you very much. So anyhow, philosophically going forward, it will be an interesting challenge for our population now, to, look at the candidates available that don't always focus solely on their neighborhood or neighborhoods, but what is their view for the entire city? And I think that's will be an interesting discussion because some parts of our city get, for example, the coastline and tourism. Parts of our city get a lot more city services. They get a lot more people, right? The traffic on Ocean View Boulevard, for example, and Lighthouse Avenue get a lot more traffic. So I expect that we spend a lot more money on those roads as well. So anyhow, we'll see how that plays out. I'm cautiously optimistic. Any other thoughts, discussion? And we don't need to take any action, Mr. Mogensen.
Yeah, no action is required tonight.
Well, thank you again. I think we're finished with this item. And we're moving on to the next item, which is outdoor dining guidelines. This is item 12A.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. I'll get us going while we get set up with the presentation on this item. As many people who are here tonight and the council are aware, this is a longer term item that's been building its way towards tonight. So I'm gonna say September 16th is what comes to mind. The city council approved the project to widen the sidewalk at Lighthouse and Fountain, and they also directed staff to continue these guidelines. This is the culmination of a project that started with the Planning Commission, I believe, over 2 years ago, and a subcommittee that worked on parklet designs and outside dining, and it moved on to the city council, and the city council had a subcommittee as well. So you've seen many different iterations of this, and we've tried to use all of that information to come up with a guidelines document that could be acceptable. The difference in this one is geared towards just focusing on the corner of Lighthouse and Fountain and just the bulb out area. Our intention is to do a longer term or a wider project that will capture outdoor dining all down Lighthouse and then to the other districts of the city, including Central. But at this point in time, because this project's a little bit more on a timeline here, we focused a little bit more closely on Fountain and Lighthouse. So with that, Ada Patel with BFS Landscape Engineering is with us tonight, and we have demonstrated this project to the Business Improvement District, heard comments from them. We talked to the Economic Development Commission, heard their comments, and then the Planning Commission as well. All of those comments have been summarized for you, and we issued an errata that also has responses to most of those comments this evening to hopefully help also with the discussion. At the end of this presentation, though, we do have a couple of bigger questions in addition that kind of came out of these discussions that we'd like to leave the council with. The end of the night, we've prepared a motion that the council can adopt this. If you want to make changes and include that motion, that's great. If you wish to make more substantive changes, we would probably come back with those if they're, much larger than just things you can knock off on bullet points for us. We will on December 4th, just to give you a roadmap ahead, we will return with an ordinance. It's going to allow for sidewalk dining to be permitted in Title 15 of our ordinance. So it's just a kind of a cleanup thing that will wrap it all together. And that ordinance would also refer to these guidelines as the implementing tool of the ordinance. So we'll have the guidelines that will be adopted by resolution that will implement the ordinance, which is again going to be issue a permit for sidewalk dining. So I believe we are set up now and audit is ready to go.
Good evening.
I'm Adit Pal, an associate principal at BFS Landscape Architects out of Monterey. We've been on the peninsula for 30 years, since 1994. I started off my work here and I now work out of the Mountain View office. I think the first agenda item was very, very interesting for me. It's about the 2 Ds of demographics and districting. So now we'll talk about the 3rd D, which is dining. Important to all of us. And as Matt said, this has been a several-month process. It started off by reviewing what other towns in the area and in the South Bay were doing for outdoor dining, the plus points and the minus points. And then we worked with Matt and Dan to come up with a set of guidelines, which Matt then presented to the EDC, BID, and the Planning Commission. And as he said, there's a matrix of comments and responses. So this is the presentation, the same slides that he presented to them, and I'm going to walk you through them. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes, and then we can open it up for questions. In fact, I have a last slide which kind of summarizes some important questions. Now, do I press? Okay, here we go. This is from the original draft document outlining the goals and objectives of the outdoor dining guidelines, and to activate the streetscape and provide a unified design aesthetic. And this was really set up for, in particular, Lighthouse Avenue, which, by the way, as an architect and urban designer as well, it's a fabulous street in terms of its structure, and it's got a broad enough section to really support some exciting outdoor dining over the next few years or even decades. So these guidelines were really set up for Lighthouse Avenue, but they are broadly applicable to other areas in the city. In fact, that was this repeated question to us is, can this be applied to other areas in the city? And broadly, yes, though there might be variations based on where in the city you are. This was a drawing done at that time of the sidewalk widening project at Fountain and Lighthouse Avenue. And so you're looking at the 3 restaurants on the right. And I believe, Matt, it's a project under construction right now, at least the sidewalk widening portion. And this next slide here is a cross-section of Lighthouse Avenue. So it just shows that what it actually shows you is that the avenue is wide enough to accommodate outdoor dining and traffic and parking in a very sort of convenient and energizing way. So we'll get to where we are now, which is the design guidelines. They're of course much longer. And so what you see here is a summary of those. And you know, the main thing is that if you're a restaurant owner, you can put chairs and tables out in that space as long as you stay within the layout. You don't really have to do anything else. That's outdoor dining for you. There is a designated area, and very importantly, everything has to be portable or movable. It can be fixed into the ground, but it has to be removable. That means you're not going to put a concrete footing into the ground. And we had some comments about finishes and colors, and obviously it's free of advertisements. In the dining layout, the important thing is that whether you build a structure or not, you have to maintain a minimum of a 5-foot sidewalk for people, for the public to walk. And that might vary in different areas based on the building department. They might allow more than 5 if the conditions permit it. Obviously, the outdoor dining area has to be completely accessible. And when we get down to the dining elements, you have several kinds of elements that can go in. And one sort of important one is overhead structures, is the different types of overhead structures that could be umbrellas, or they could be trellises, or, you know, kind of fixed canopies. And we really want them to put up the minimum that is required. They need to be roll up or retractable. Very importantly, they need to maintain a view to the building at the entrance. And obviously the various safety code related safety considerations are important.
Continuing on the elements, if you're going to put up umbrellas, they need to be, they can be fixed into the ground, but they need to be wind safe over 25 miles per hour. You need to obviously fold them when they're not being used. And they need to have taut canopies. And this comes out of the studies we saw where some people would just put up these fabric coverings, which would then just flap around in the wind and tear. You can have awnings. The building code actually allows a 60-inch, 5-foot awning from the building. And then very importantly for Pacific Grove, anywhere on the California coast, in fact, windbreak panels, restaurant owners really want to do these to allow dining, especially during the colder winter months. So very importantly, they need to be transparent above the dining table height, because that visual connection between the sidewalk and the street and the dining is all important. And the other very important thing is that after about 5 feet, we don't want any other coverings, because we've seen situations where they allow the coverings to happen right up to the roof. And then you've essentially got an outdoor room, which is masquerading as a temporary structure. These can be fixed, movable, or wind safe. Now, that panel could be a part of the perimeter fencing. You can, of course, put plants along with that. We just don't want, plants draining onto the sidewalk and creating a mess. Heating units, which are probably as important as windbreak panels, they need to be installed in a fire-safe way. Now, the building department's preference was for electrically powered heating units, not propane, though propane is by and far the most widely used type of heating unit in outdoor dining. And you can, these long linear ones can be integrated with the building or structure. They're kind of the long ones which sit over your head and heat downwards. Lighting is okay, string lights, and you can use track lights as long as they're focusing downwards and not all over the place. You can put up seasonal decorations as long as they're put up in a wind-safe way. And as in a next chapter says, that you take them down after the event if they're related to a festival or a season. And signage, Pacific Grove already has a zoning code for signage, but restaurants might want to put up a sign and a menu stand, and you can put that up, inside your dining area. We created a few diagrams. These are not meant to be, this is what you shall do or what you must do, but just if you take the guidelines, these are possibilities that you could put up a structure. And importantly, it has to be separated from the building. You do not want to attach a structure or bring it too close to the building, because then you block the visibility of it. We were asked the question, what's the difference between 4 feet and 5 feet? That's on the left-hand side. Well, 5 feet is the sidewalk. 4 foot is the building code requirement for a clear path of travel inside a dining area. So we want to make sure that wheelchairs can access and people can comfortably move through a dining area. We don't want restaurant owners crowding the space to try and get as many tables in as possible. These are just a couple of more, again, example sections. You could put up fences and planters on the left. You could put up folded umbrellas. And if you put up heaters, you need to keep them away from fabrics. Here's another example on the right. This restaurant owner's put up a windscreen. It's semi-translucent at the bottom, transparent above the dining height, and there's a awning. So you can see there's a mix and match here, which we want to allow to sort of reflect the architectural diversity and vibrancy of Lighthouse Avenue. There is a chapter on maintenance. And so, it's all of this is ultimately linked to the encroachment permit. And it's very important that you fold and retract items when they're not being used. You have to repair them regularly. Cooking outdoors, smoking alcohol are obviously part of the existing city code. Cleanliness, you've just got to keep it clean. And then importantly, what happens after dining hours? We've seen situations where they stack all the chairs and tables up and they chain them together, and it kind of, so immediately outside of the dining hours, it kind of looks really ugly. And so we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. If you can move it inside. Unusual weather, that's kind of important. Um, Especially in the winter, you have to secure your items, and you're, ultimately as an owner, you're responsible for damage to other property, and any decorations need to be coordinated with the city. We just put in some example photos, not to say that this is what you need to do, but just to give you an example how more successful examples, if you will, of how these come together. Bottom left is a retractable canopy attached to the building. Bottom right is, that's a fixed canopy and with just a fence. And the top right is there is a windscreen out there. Top left is no windscreen, planters and a fence and umbrellas. More examples, top left is a retractable canopy. The middle top looks as if it's not retractable. It actually is retractable. The frame isn't. Top right is a windscreen, and bottom left is, windscreens between tables, and bottom right is fence, a kind of wooden fencing. So the approval process, this is what Matt was referring to. The draft guidelines were presented, and we then went and further developed the guidelines. Matt presented it to the EDC, BID, and the PC, and then we've taken those comments and developed them into a matrix of responses. And today we're presenting the final guidelines to City Council for approval. This is a slide that we added that was not originally there. Broadly speaking, when we saw the questions, I think the questions we need to ask is that, does City Council want to allow shade structures that are not umbrellas? You could turn around and say, let's have only umbrellas. They can be any color you want. They can be fixed. They can be movable. But some towns allow shade structures. And I want to point out here is that I actually live in Palo Alto, where there's a lot of outdoor dining, and the city doesn't have any regulations. And as a result, the public complains that some of our streets look like tent cities, and they're forever telling our city council that. So this initiative is really far ahead of what a lot of other cities are just beginning to think about it. Should there be certain guidelines to control what happens? The question too is about awnings, is that, you have your code allows you a 60-inch awning. Well, do you want to allow something attached to the building which is larger than 60, even if it's retractable? And then the third kind of question was the edge structure, the fences or the panels. We had some comments saying, you're allowing too much diversity. Maybe these should all be similar. But from our point of view, the guidelines really allow for diversity and vibrancy, but we can decide how much to control that. Should it all be just wood paneling? But you can do any kind of wood paneling. Or should it be wood paneling and fencing, but we don't want to allow steel and glass as the main fencing, etc. So these are questions that have come up, is that, should we, sort of bring it in a little bit and bring sort of, for Lighthouse Avenue specifically, bring in some guidelines and then allow the restaurant owner to create the diversity through the furniture and the other movable pieces. Because when you have guidelines, to summarize, you can go from 0 to 100, where 100 is, like a suburban community where you say, thou shalt do A, B, and C, and nothing else is allowed. And at 0, meaning no control, is really, you can do whatever you want as long as it's safe. So these are broadly the questions that we would like to address. Thank you.
Ready for public comment? Please come forward if you'd like to make a comment. Welcome.
I'm Don Murphy from the Planning Commission. In your addendum captured very well all of the comments from the Planning Commission, and many of them have responses. This is a really exciting project. I'm glad you're doing it. It's improving the safety on that corner, and it's going to improve the aesthetics on that corner. And I'm really excited about it. And again, I'm so pleased you're doing it. The guidelines are excellent. You'll see in the comments from the commission that we generally are in favor of them all. The only caution I would have is I feel, as did some commissioners, that some of the pictures, the case studies and some of the drawings, we wouldn't be that happy with them in the guidelines because they show sort of maximum structures instead of minimum. And some of them just look like parklets that on the sidewalk. And some of them block, and some of the pictures from the case studies block the buildings. And that's not what we want to do. So I guess I would hope somebody would take another look at those before the guidelines are published. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Wendy Giles. I'm not a fan of parklets, and but I am interested in how outdoor dining is going to impact Lighthouse Avenue. I have some real concerns about the tent city element of a bunch of junk around any of the outdoor dining areas. I really feel that there needs to be some stringent guidelines and an approval process of how things actually look. I don't like that, that the building facades are going to be impacted by this post-COVID dining addendum to the properties. So that's one of my big concerns, and I appreciate that's been addressed. But I think that moving forward, that anybody who is planning on participating in these outdoor dining areas, there should be some really serious review of all the permitting that goes into it, because too many places that I've traveled around the country, really, with weather and people's taste level, the building supplies that they're using, trying to, restaurant owners trying to maximize their seating by having another venue outside of their actual resident, their areas. All of that is just too much. So I hope that we'll have some really strict guidelines, and I'll be happy to participate in those guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Hello, thank you. So I'm Liz Jacobs, one of the owners of Wildfish Restaurant. And I have really, been excited to work with the city creating a new parklet design. And there's a lot that I like about the new design. One of the issues that I have, though, that I've mentioned in the past, I think now for about a year and a half, that I'm concerned about, is that I don't see the global guidelines that we did have previously when we had the first round of guidelines in during the pandemic. And as I just wanted to spell it out a little bit. For instance, we're losing 75 square feet of outdoor dining, and I guess I disagree wholeheartedly with the anti outdoor dining sentiment, because I find that it contributes so much vibrance and beauty to our town. So how can we make it practical and beautiful? So, but also fair. So I think one of the problems is that I was questioning, like, what can be modified? I'm losing several feet because we're now in the new guidelines. We have to leave the entranceway clear. So fine, there's an entranceway to the building. That's on the other side. The parklet was a few feet wider than the facade of the building, and we're losing that. And then we're also losing the the bit in the middle where we have to have an entrance to the restaurant. In addition, we're on the end, and instead of taking a new parking space, there's going to be like a curve cut out instead of a square corner on our area. We're getting that cut. So that's a table, another table that gets cut. So I've asked questions about each one of these elements, like, can we negotiate? Can we modify this? Like what gives, what doesn't, you know? And one of the first things I was told is that the rule is that the outdoor dining cannot be wider than the facade of the building. So, you know, my neighbors have got wider buildings, they have wider outdoor dining area. Okay. So then I said, well, you know, what about Ms. Dial's building? Like there's a, you know, parklet that goes actually in front of a whole nother business that completely covers the entire business, which is the travel agent, and an entrance to the building. And I was told, well, no, that's not part of the rules. I mean, because it sounds principled when you say the rule is, like, the reason we're not doing it is there's a rule. But then when we suddenly raise questions about it, and it's, you know, different rules for different people. And okay, does that mean that Peppers has just the space in front of their building because they have 6 parking spaces? And like, no, that's not, you know, that's another case, it's not included. And then, you know, we have to have the transparent paneling above 3 feet. And I say, well, what about, you know, the Happy Girl Kitchen, they've got solid wood paneling over 5 feet, and that's right on the lane of traffic as well. That's not even set back. And no, that's a different case as well. So every time I have tried to understand, you know, like, what are the principles that we can manipulate? What gives, what, you know, is this going to be for everybody? I don't find that it is a guideline for all business owners. So that's my issue. And I hope that we can have some, you know, fair policy. That's what I'd like to advocate for. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any virtual public comment?
We do, Mayor. Somebody identified as Google Pixel 7 Pro. You'll need to unmute yourself. Google Pixel 7 Pro. Yeah. I don't know who that is. Okay. They're not responding, Mayor, so we have no other public comment.
All right, we'll bring back the discussion to council. Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, thank you so much to the staff and consultants for putting together the guidelines. I think we're well on our way to creating this program, and I think the guidelines look great. I'm sure there'll be some potential comments here that we can work together on to. But I like them at this point, and ready to move forward. Thank you.
Jump in, Mr. Mogensen, on your quote, broad design theme questions. You're looking for a specific response from council tonight. Is that correct?
So on the last slide of the presentation, those broader questions, those would definitely drive, you know, a difference in the way the manual is set up, and not things that wouldn't be easily adjusted to. It would just be like, you know, if we didn't want a roof structure, we would just remove items pertaining to the roof structure. So that was kind of a bigger thing we heard from the Planning Commission, is as the Planning Commission chair indicated as well, that they seem to sum it up at the end of the night. of their discussion as they didn't want large structures to dominate the front of the building.
Okay, so I'm a little unclear. If council gives feedback, let's say 2 or no, 1 or yes, just for sake of argument, then and council still wants to approve the guidelines, but how does any answer to these questions roll into the guidelines?
So, Mr. Mayor, for number 1, for example, are shade structures allowed more than just umbrellas? If your answer was yes, we want shade structures, then those are already included in the guidelines. If the answer was no, then we would go through and we would remove the provisions for shade structures.
So you can make those modifications.
Yeah.
Simply
We can do those by motion.
based on the feedback you get
Yes.
tonight. Okay. Sounds good. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. And following up on this last, the 3 points you've got in this last slide, it mentions should awnings larger than currently allowed. So that's ordinance, right?
That's
60 inch.
correct. I would need to go back and be the ordinance amended for that.
Well, my suggestion is that we start from a conservative posture, that we don't introduce anything that's going to exceed what's already in current code. You know, looking back, if kind of a historic look back, you know, when we implemented the parklets during COVID, it was the Wild West. You know, these things went up in a matter of weeks, and there was no review. There was no there was no design guidelines per se. So, you know, people get used to having a use continue, even though it was an emergency use. I understand that. But, and the process of clawing back, if that's the right expression, clawing back a program so that it is more uniform and is different from what was established through an emergency action. I understand that's difficult, but that's the nature of the beast, as it were. So my recommendation is that we accept the guidelines as is. We don't change or make them any more expansive, because again, the lesson learned is that clawing back something that's been given is a very difficult process. So I think we start from a conservative posture and then perhaps expand on a case-by-case basis. But one question I do have is, typically when you have guidelines or design standards, there's some kind of discretionary review to determine compliance. How does that happen? Who's going to make a determination on whether an application is compliant with the guidelines?
The Councilmember Coletti, within the manual, we did try to spell out the permitting process. The way that would work is, you know, I mentioned we're gonna have a first reading at our next council meeting that's gonna provide a provision for a permit, a type of permit that we don't currently have. But when they submit for that permit, they're gonna submit it with an application, with a plan package. That'll go initially to our building division. That's where currently encroachment permits are processed. They sit, as you know, within a community development department. So our community development department's also going to get the option on the ones that need a little bit of eye, if you will, I guess, for colors and for design standards and things that might be pushing the envelope. The idea is this is all permits that we can do ministerial and not discretionary.
Okay.
Anything that these provisions are in the manual again. If things propose to change the facade of the building or to go beyond what the zoning code allows, if they're zoning code related, those will be kind of steered towards the process of perhaps the ARB or the Planning Commission for approval. And that will be the discretion of the Community Development Department as they review these again.
Okay, so over the counter approval, essentially, or
yeah, I'd say probably not over the counter, but it would be not a discretionary approval before a body.
Right.
I'm imagining they'll take the plans in and they'll need a few days to process them at least.
Got it. Okay, well, I'm happy with what's been presented. The city manager's given 3 great presentations. I attended all 3 of them with the bid, the EDC, and then the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission especially gave some very thoughtful responses. I think they're getting folded into this as well. So I do kind of agree that some of the case studies, as it were, might not necessarily be, something someone might imagine for downtown PG. But the idea is that there's a diversity of design options, and then the consistency gets worked out once the application has been submitted. And so I'm generally very favorable, and it's been a long process, so I think we just need to go.
Councilmember Beck.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you to staff for putting this design pamphlet together, this program. I think I agree with you, Councilmember Coletti, as well. And just looking through the photos, because I am a visual, is figure 3.3 on 138. It says it's a modern retractable awning, and it does look like a structure to me. And it just, for me, it doesn't fit in downtown Pacific Grove. So, but that's something down the road that, the building department can look into. But I like that we allow for the elements too. So you have created something that will help with the outdoor elements. And, if we have wind, if we have rain, if someone still wants to sit outside, there's options for the restaurateur to create that within their outdoor dining. So I am favorable to it the way it's been submitted. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mogensen, did you, these questions that have come up from the community review, are shade structures allowed that are not umbrellas? And you say that's allowed already?
We do allow those within these guidelines. Yeah.
Okay. And then the number 2, should awnings larger than the current allowed 60 inches be allowed? For any more shade, it would have to be structures or umbrellas, but not large awnings. So that means if someone puts a 60-inch awning, that has to be retractable. Is that right? Or I'm not reading that right?
I'm not sure that it requires that they're retractable. I guess what we're getting at is the zoning code today allows for an awning to be up to 60 inches. If the council felt that was too restrictive, then we could go back and look at revising that section of the code, but that's not necessary. It was a question.
So they're allowed to have 60 inches.
Up to 60 inches today.
Up to 60.
Yeah,
60
through
inches.
the permit process of the community development department.
So if someone wants to put up a 60-inch one, they would be able to most likely get the permit, right?
Yeah, provided they go through the process and
Right.
yeah.
And then the other question is, should the perimeter edge structure, fence or panels be dining table height, be one type of material for all restaurants? And I'm just going to use this for an example. In downtown Alvarado, there's a hamburger place. I forgot the name of it, but it's
Sir Burger.
Sir.
something like that. Anyway, there's panel there, a see-through panel where diners are eating their hamburgers right there. Is that see-through panel, which looks like to be about 3 feet high, would that be allowed?
Yes, that would be allowed. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Paduri.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for putting this together. I think we're at a point where we're defining guidelines for the entire city. So this is the foundational work for it. So looking forward to seeing how this shapes up. I had a couple of questions, maybe from Mr. Patel or Mr. Mogensen. I think during the presentation, there were specific comments stating that Lighthouse Avenue should be done in a certain manner, et cetera. That at least that's what I got. And this is applicable for the entire city. So are we thinking in terms of a base plan where it'll have sub-elements now per district? Is that how this will evolve? Any thoughts on that?
Councilmember Bedoya, I think that is something that's going to take careful thought. Because if you kind of step back from the situation and, this corner on Lighthouse is very unique compared to if you spun around and you look at the Spotted Duck, which is a different building, a different situation. So I think it's really hard to, I wish I had an answer right now, but I think we're gonna have to kind of brainstorm on it and roundtable and figure out what will be the best way we'll be able to have. I think the elements, the fencing, the roofs and all that stuff, but maybe the look and perhaps how open it is to the front could be different depending on where it is, and because it might not matter in one situation whether you're blocking part of the lower level of the building versus like in this circumstance, these are buildings that people want to see because of their stature in the city. So it might be more important. So I think we do want to be able to, and I anticipate that that's what by the springtime that staff will be ready to have this discussion, because then we can understand more about budgets and everything going forward in the next year about what we can do to expand this and make this work for the whole city. If that helps.
Yeah, that helps. So, like I said, it's requires. I mean, there are different aspects of every, I would say, neighborhood and city and business establishment. So hopefully, we'll get to defining a base criteria over here, where we're not overly compensating somebody versus the other. And on a related note, once we have this ordinance or the rules in place, if somebody is out of line with those base kind of elements anywhere in the city, so they need to take action, correct? Or we need to take action for them to be correct the necessary.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the good things about getting a specific permit for sidewalk dining put into the ordinance is we'll have something more enforceable.
Okay. And so the enforcement is,
So currently it's done primarily probably through the building department, building official.
okay.
So we'll continue to have annual inspections for sure, but then ongoing as well I'm sure we'll be responding to those as
Okay.
complaints come up. And
Well, and then I think this is just a side question, but somewhat related. So as part of the EDC, there was an item brought up related to facade improvement. It seems like a project of its own. Can we see how we can incorporate? I mean, I'm just thinking out loud because these are public elements versus private elements. Then there could be a mixture there. But if there's any scope for any kind of facade improvement that we can incorporate here, or maybe it's a line item which could say suggest that that's something that we will take into consideration. If say anything like that can be incorporated, I would look forward to seeing how that is done, because I don't want like multiple, I would say, projects doing the same thing. If you could somewhat make it all consistent. I know that's asking for a lot, but thank you.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you so much to staff and to our consultants for bringing together a really good package that I think really gives us the opportunity to showcase. Initially, of course, it will be this corner. That's just where we're starting, but it really is an overall vision for the city. So I really appreciate that really gives us this start. And as we find, things that it may evolve and grow a bit over time, and that's okay because we need a starting point. It gives us a way to test it. But I think in response to the comment, it really is, the goal here is to come up with fair policies that can go throughout the city. It will take some time to get to the various locations, especially down Lighthouse, to incorporate them all, and maybe in annual CIP projects where we start moving additional projects down the street. But I really appreciate all that was brought into this. And really the goal is, it's like I almost see this moving forward as we have the new hotels coming on board. And it really makes this a downtown destination. People can see the beautiful architecture. It will be something that will really draw people to want to eat there, to want to shop in the other locations as well. And I think that really becomes a win-win for all of our businesses and for our local community. It gives us back our walking paths, and it's when you design in a hurry, often these considerations aren't taken into place. So now's our opportunity to really go in and make those improvements where it becomes a really walkable city, a safe city for people to go through. It's addressing some of the traffic calming as well. And so I think that really it's done a great job of just bringing this forward, and I'm excited to see it finally moving forward. Thank you.
I want to add my thanks to people that were working on these guidelines. We had some guidelines couple, maybe 3 years ago now, and these guidelines are a good lasting document. I call it guidelines. I call it a sort of template. You know, the dimensions and for the sidewalks here obviously don't apply to every corner or every storefront in town, but it sets a direction for it, and we badly need it, I think. And well, we had the public mention other parklets, and this is not a parklet, obviously, but mention other parklets, and I look forward to this being promulgated across the town and taking down the structures that we have today. So great effort. Thank you very much. Oh, a couple small points. Well, maybe not small. The one on the propane heaters. And I can see in the errata, it says that the building department is definitely against propane heaters, but I'm wondering about our fire marshal. And is there a way to allow propane heaters that are not a safety hazard?
I'm not a fire marshal or a building official, but if I'm trying to think how we would say this tonight, but if there's a format in which propane heaters could be used safely, then we could perhaps define that in here. And I'm guessing it means that they probably have to be a minimum of a certain distance from any awnings, any kind of material. I think was really the main thing. Is it was just they felt it was difficult to stay on top of that and regulate it, so they felt that just saying no to propane was easier. There might be a format where it works, so I think we can work on that.
Good. I really appreciate that. And I'm thinking, well, maybe the umbrellas, it doesn't work with umbrellas. I don't know, but maybe that's preferable for a restaurateur to have a propane heater and no umbrellas as opposed to the opposite. So if you could investigate that, appreciate it. And the other one, maybe it's more of a enforcement issue. There's two deadlines in here for compliance. One is if the outdoor dining space isn't being used for, I believe it's 2 weeks, the chairs and tables have to be removed. And if the outdoor dining space is vacant for 6 months, then the permit is no longer valid. Is that right? Did I get those dates right?
Audit, the 2 weeks doesn't sound familiar to me. The 6 months does, but is that in here? 2 weeks? Can you point us to that?
Or 2 months? Is it 2 months?
Can you point us to where?
There's the one where it's not being used, where there's the business is shuttered, and I think
That's 6 months is what we put in. The planning commission's comment was that they felt that was too long, 6 months. So it could be shortened if the council wished.
and then what would happen at that point?
Oh, anyway, so at that point, we would be communicating with the building owner because they might be in the middle of getting a tenant and they might say, can you please give me 2 more weeks? And we say, okay, if they have a new tenant coming in. But if there's nothing on the horizon, then, at the least all the additional amenities would need to be removed so that it is more of a sidewalk again and not a, unused enclosure in front of the business. The 2 weeks, yes, I have to pinpoint exactly where that is, but I believe what you're talking about is if somebody's not using their thing for 2 weeks, then it's not being used, basically. So they don't continue to have the space to leave all of their stuff out front and stuff. A restaurant, if they are just ceasing to use it because it just doesn't work for them, then we would say you need to take out all the things like the umbrellas and everything that are just clutter.
Okay, well, I'm down in the weeds here on how you're going to enforce that, and I can imagine a number of different circumstances where the restaurant's not open for a little while but the chairs and tables are going to be there.
I think in all these circumstances, we would be communicating with the building owners and the restaurants. I think we want something in the rules that gives us the ability to enforce things, but we always have the flexibility to work with people as we need to when it comes to some of that.
Okay, good. Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you. I forgot to mention, I know we've been going, Mr. Morganson, in regards to the MST. And Mr. Go did a follow-up, but I don't know if he ever made contact with Emma Patel, the planning director. But they were concerned about the length, the width of the street. And the three intersections they're concerned about is Lighthouse and Fountain, Lighthouse and 17th, and Lighthouse and 19th. And my understanding, Mr. Go went ahead and made contact with Emma Patel. Is that correct?
The last message I heard is he attempted to make contact but didn't, but he did verify that our street widths meet the standards of MST street widths for the bus to pass.
Okay.
And park.
Thank you. That's all.
Right, I think we're ready for a motion, and Mr. Mogensen, you've provided the recommended action. Is there any modification to that?
It's a relatively long motion. So I know we want to make sure we capture everything that's in there, especially related to CEQA. I believe the couple of the bit of discussion for us to iron out the details would have been allowing for propane as long as it meets all codes and standards would be one thing that it sounds like we were okay with modifying. And perhaps, I heard you talk about the dates and times. Would you like to include your motion that we delete the 2-week provision or or reduce the 6-month, or?
I might concern if staff would provide some flexibility in applying those, that would certainly take care of my concerns, unless council members want to weigh in on something different. Councilmember Pedori.
If it's not too much, just put a first and second deadline and just like have it that way. So you have some rules.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I was going to say, have a couple of deadlines, like first and second deadline. So 2 weeks, and then you give another week, something like that.
Okay, that provide flexibility, yes, yeah.
May I suggest that what you could do on the time would be to leave in the current 2 weeks and 6 months, and we could add some language that would say, subject to extension at the discretion of the city manager. And that allows, I think, what you were hearing from the city manager is that there may be special circumstances, a tenant coming up soon or whatever it would be, that would allow for extensions of those times. And then in terms of the motion itself, item 1 on your agenda for the recommended action, I think you've received the presentation. On the second recommendation, which is the motion with regard to CEQA, you don't have to read all that. What you could do instead, of course you can if you like, but if you wish to check the box, you could say that you would be making the motion to approve recommendation number 2. And then after that's been done, we can talk about what to do on number 3.
And I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve number 2.
Councilmember Emilio seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And then for recommendation number 3, that's the motion to approve the outdoor dining guidelines. What I've heard is that the council would approve the outdoor dining guidelines, adding the language to give the city manager discretion to extend the 2-week period and the 6-month period. and also some discretion with respect to potentially including heating by propane, subject to review with the fire department and building department. If that language is generally sufficient, I think city manager and I can put together the language that would be consistent with that direction.
I'll go ahead and adopt that as my motion for number 3.
And a second by Councilmember McDonald. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Would you like to take a 5-minute break? Yeah. Okay.
You can go right into, I saw some. So. Helping you, Costco, paper towels. It's nice to see you.
Where are those cupcakes?
Because we're inside of this building, I'll just tell you that my text chain of our assorted people. It is, I mean, I'm
Hilarious?
laughing. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna say that.
I was wondering what he was doing the whole time, just sitting there on.
It is.
It's scary.
It is. I mean, I'm just gonna say that it's hilarious.
Yeah, I bet.
One of my childhood friends who lives up in Washington. Comes down quite a bit. Logged on tonight. I said, no, she wasn't.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, let's resume, and we are now on item 13A, nomination of Chautauqua Hall. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have some slides for this item. Okay, so this is something that's been near and dear to me, and I wanted to bring it forward. We were waiting on some kind of a draft outline for a nomination. It did take a little while to get that, and we received it in October. And this was some work done by Mimi Sheridan on her own time to kind of get a template or a draft outline put together that would help kind of get the ball rolling. So we're going to be discussing the nomination of Chautauqua Hall to the National Register of Historic Places. Next slide, please. This is some language taken out of our historic context statement, and our historic context statement is just one of the best things you can read as far as an introduction to the city's history and understanding where we came from and where we're headed. Constructed in 1881, Chautauqua Hall is unquestionably one of the most significant buildings in Pacific Grove, surviving from the earliest years of the retreat's development. It's currently designated as California Historic Landmark 839. I believe that happened in the 70s at some point. From the outset, the hall was a multi-use facility during summer encampments of the Chautauqua. It provided a venue for services and Sunday schools led by clergymen from different denominations. During the off-season, it was used for tent storage. It remained the primary meeting venue in the city until approximately 1889, when meetings moved to the newly constructed Methodist Church Assembly Hall. And that building's no longer available, or is no longer with us. It was converted into timeshares. Next slide, please. Here's an interior picture of Chautauqua Hall of days gone by. Next slide, please. And here's a kind of a current picture of what the outside. This is the eastern elevation. And the next slide. So what is the National Register? The National Register of Historic Places is the nation's official list of buildings, structures, objects, sites, and districts worthy of preservation because of their significance in American history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture. The city currently has approximately 6 or 7 buildings on the historic register. One of them is right across the street from Chautauqua Hall. That's the Centrella Hotel. When my dad first came to Pacific Grove, he took the Del Monte Express down to interview for a teaching position in Pacific Grove, and he stayed at the Centrella. That's a story I remember. There are some others, including the Silmar Conference Grounds. There are several buildings that are on the historic register. There's Silmar and Trimmer Hill on 6th Street, which is a fantastic Victorian. So the idea, and this is supported by a letter we received from the Heritage Society, is that we pursue the listing of Chautauqua Hall on the National Register to promote, as stewards of the property, its preservation. And by achieving a unique status by being listed on the National Register, the hopes is not only is that a reflection of what the significance of the building, obviously, but also to help preserve it, and also to perhaps go out for grant funding. And having that status, I think, could help in that regard. It's something that should have been pursued long ago, but we're here tonight to kind of reactivate the interest in doing that. So that concludes my report.
Do we have any public comment? Any virtual public comment?
Your Honor, it's Lisa Chiani.
Thank you. Speaking as someone who loves the incredible heritage, world heritage of historic buildings around the world, and as someone who has written historic reports for 2 or 3 National Register nominations. I'm very excited that this has come forward. There's no question that Chautauqua Hall would qualify as a National Register site, and Mimi Sheridan is very qualified to write a nomination form, fill out the application. It's not easy. It represents a lot of work. And so I think this is wonderful, and anything we can do to help preserve that building, which is marvelous, historically and architecturally. It's just a jewel in the city, and keeps our heritage in front of us, and that's great. Okay, thank you. I hope you will approve this.
Caller user 1, I believe this is Inga Lorenzen-Deumer.
Thank you, Sandra. Yes, it's me. Inga Lorenzen-Deumer. This is a can that just can't be kicked down the road any further. This should have been done years ago. This is our national treasure. And certainly the California understands that. And under any page in Turnbull historic inventory, this is kind of like right up there, #1. And in order to preserve this building, which obviously has been neglected, we don't want to lose this. And registering nationally, and yes, Mimi Sheridan can do that. I mean, she can fill out that form just great. It's time that the city move forward on this. Truly, do it. Thank you very much.
No further callers, Mayor.
Council discussion? Councilmember Peduri.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask the city, so first of all, thank you for bringing this item forward. I'm supportive of getting this, kind of pursuing this option. A couple of questions. One is, there was another group with the NOAA building that wanted to examine something similar. Or is there any alignment at the city level or at the group level to tackle both of these together?
Councilmember Pedori, I mean, it seems like there's a similarity in that they're both applications for the same thing. I guess I'm a little bit not sure if I would think that the applications are going to be very separate. So as you know, as I'm thinking through this more, perhaps they're pretty separate. They're not going to be the same thing.
And does it make sense typically for such items? Does the city? Is it a better chance if the city submits it, or is it a better chance for the group to submit it on behalf of the city to get it done? What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I'm not the expert at the process of it, and perhaps other people would know more answers, but I understand the city would have to pass a resolution or something that would at least kind of authorize or to show support for it. But it's possible that somebody else could to do all the work on the back end of the application package and stuff. That's my understanding, but perhaps somebody who's been through this before knows a little bit more. We could actually, I believe our community development director is also on the line, and she, I believe, has worked on these applications before. So
my suggestion is to enlist any and all support that you can from a city perspective to take this forward. So don't just not the city do it, like have any resources that you can help with. And then just by classification of this being a historical kind of structure, does that now limit its uses to what can be done inside the building?
My understanding is no. I did ask the community development director about that a bit today, and it doesn't at all limit the use of the building. It just has to do with the outside and how you restore it, maintain it, just the structure itself.
Okay, so because I know there's a fundraising effort involved, and while that fundraising is going to go towards probably restoring some of the aspects, I think we need to look at something sustainable for the future to make sure that it is in line with future development too. So I just want to make sure that anything events or whatever that we think of that can transpire inside the building, it does not affect this. So it looks like we're set. So I'm in support of the this recommendation. Thank you.
How much will this cost?
Well, the it's a little undefined. Initially, Mimi Sheridan was approached and she was going to do it as a volunteer. And but she wasn't able to come, she got a draft outline put together. But I think so kind of languished a little bit. I think my recommendation is that we keep this in-house and that we hire a consultant to develop based on the outline that Mimi has provided, to submit the application. I am pretty confident it's in the neighborhood of 10 to 25, perhaps $30,000. It's probably less, but I tend to highball things. But the idea is that somebody has to do the research to promote the application. I mean, it's not like just filling out a form and checking boxes. You have to do research and you have to prove that the significance exists and document it. And Mimi's created an outline that can do that. But there are people like Page and Turnbull and others, and perhaps even the thought was we could look at WJE, who did the building assessment report for Chautauqua Hall. That may be a service that they can provide. So there are some options for the city manager to get some quotes back from some of these people who specialize in it, Page and Turnbull and maybe WJE, and then come back and get allocation from council. But this motion is just to have the city manager, or a recommendation is to have the city manager pursue the nomination. And how much it costs will have to come back to council.
Well, thank you for that explanation. So that's the rub for me is what is the word pursue? Well, it sounds to me like hiring a consultant to do the work, which means we need the cost, and this needs to look at the budget. So I'm not sure whether is council directing the city manager to issue an RFP, a very formal collection of bids, or just call around and find out how much money we're talking about and whether this would fit in the budget, or if it did, where.
Yeah, those are the questions that the city manager would have to get answers to those. But you're exactly right. We're asking the city manager to engage his staff, to go out and contact the experts, the subject matter experts like Page and Turnbull, WJE, to see how much an application would perhaps cost. And we've already provided in this agenda report a draft outline for that submission. So there has been work done already in scoping and providing context. So it really is saying to the city manager, make some phone calls, figure out, pursue it, and come back with a cost.
Okay, it sounds like this is a informal, leaving it up to the city manager to bring back some additional information at a later time, which is unspecified.
I think just so, because sometimes this is very specific in our motions. I don't know that the words RFP have to be part of this. I can just seek proposals. Yeah.
That's what I meant by informal. Yeah. Yeah. So I think maybe the appropriate word is direct the city manager to investigate an application for Chautauqua Hall.
Is that a motion?
I'll make
My motion.
We'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 7-0. It's unanimous. Okay, we're on to next item, 14A. Mr. Stolt, welcome.
Need to get you out of here so you can go home and go to sleep and not put you to sleep while I'm here. So this presentation is an overview of an actual proposal for an allocation of new water supply to the city of Pacific Grove. I have been making these presentations to the policymakers at every jurisdiction. However, your city manager did attend a 2-hour session September 12th, which was grueling, but very detailed as to what is the methodology behind our forecasting of both future supplies, future demands, and growth rates on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis. So this will expose you to both the summary of the process as well as our proposal for the city of Pacific Grove. Next slide, please, Sandra. Slides probably. Yep. One more. So historically in the 80s, as an example, we took all the available water supply and kind of carved it up like a pie. And there's a picture down there, which is actually from the 80s, where we had a meeting with the jurisdictions. But what we learned over time was the value of that supply was variable. We thought that you could get 16,000 acre feet out of the Carmel River. And then it was discovered, no, that creates the need for environmental mitigation. And maybe that number was lower. And then a regulator would step in and say, oh, that number is far lower. And then the Seaside Basin became adjudicated. So the concept of allocating all supplies made no sense. So then we began to allocate increments of a new supply. And that's been our approach basically since 1993 with the new Peralta well that the district developed. So here we stand at the cusp of a new supply. And so we began the effort again to do an allocation. Next slide, Sandra. Why do we do it? The scarcity of supplies, the fact that we've had the order 9510 and the cease and desist order, and the experience of knowing that we get a great deal of information when the interactive building permit, water permit process tells us in advance where the water is expected to be used, how much is expected to be used, and that information has become very important in water supply planning. Next one. But it's not like we're giving you water. Think of it more like a bank account. We'll put a credit into your account, and then you will release water for projects. And as projects get built and your account starts heading towards zero, you'll come back to us, or some other jurisdiction will come back to us and say, we need more water. We've been growing faster than expected, or we're growing at expectation. And then we will do another allocation process. It's not first come, first serve, but the neediest cities will come back, and that will bring everybody back together for the second allocation, and maybe the third. And we think this new pure water expansion is probably worth about 3 or 4 allocation efforts. Next slide, please. So just a reminder of how the process works. A developer wants to build a project in the city of Pacific Grove. They'll come to your building department. They'll have plans in place. If they're experienced, they'll have a pretty good understanding of how much water they need for that project. And they'll ask you, they'll say, would you give us a water release form for X acre feet to do my project? They'll take that form, they'll come to us, we'll review the plans, and we'll say, you need X amount of water. Where's that water going to come from? Oh, it's the number on your water release form. And then we say, great, here's your water permit. Go back to the building department, you get your building permit, build the project, inspect the project at the end to see if what was built matched what was permitted, done. And we do occasionally make adjustments after that inspection process. So it's very interactive between your building department and our water department. Next slide, please. So what brings us to an allocation today? We have a project. It's a Pure Water Monterey expansion. It's in construction, expected to be completed in 10 or 11 months from now. And it's bringing a new increment of about 2,250 acre feet of new supply. Next slide. And this process, it took a little while because there were a couple of slow pokes on housing elements. City of Monterey changed theirs in July, and then of course the county took until August, and there were significant differences between their draft and their final. And so we wanted to really see what the plans were, because population and the ability to move to new housing drives residential water use, and obviously job creation drives non-residential water use. So we needed to see those plans to better understand if there was a departure from the way we normally forecast things. So we had that meeting in September. 5 city managers, a number of planning directors, representatives of the county. Arduous, but very productive and worthwhile. So if you ever want to know any of the deep detail, you can go to your city manager, and he sat through it. We're visiting the councils and supervisors right now. We'll finish on December 4th, and then we'll bring an ordinance to our board in December, a second reading in January, effective in February. So by March, you will have a new allocation of water sitting in your account, but it's paper water. We are not going to see any wet water until the expansion is actually turned on in October, November of next year. Next slide, please. Doesn't solve everything, though. It's really the moratorium on the setting of new meters that's the prohibitive factor in doing any significant projects. Trying to meet your RENA numbers, sure, you might be able to do a fourplex and engineer it. We've seen projects, we've permitted projects, even in Pacific Grove, where they've engineered successfully new housing. But small scale, any large scale project is going to need the setting of meters. So it's a little bit of a, oh great, thanks for the water, but could I please set a meter? And so that's where our efforts are set beginning in January with the State Water Board. We'll be approaching them. Not to get into too many details, that's not what we're here to talk about tonight, but it's when the expansion is turned on, that'll be the 4th year in a row that there's been no violation on the river. And there's such surplus amount of water in this expansion that there won't be a violation for 10 years and possibly 20 years. So our effort will be to convince the state board that, you know, if we don't do the crime, we shouldn't do the time, that kind of thing. So we're starting that effort in January, so it's ready to go by November of 2025. Next slide. And the next one. So our starting point is how much water is there? And then we compare that to current use and future demand. And we make a judgment on how much water should we allocate. So this is just a simple chart of here are all the supply sources. Here's how much they're expected to produce on an annual basis. And they total to 12,116 acre feet, possibly give or take. There are 2 areas of disagreement between ourselves and California American Water. One is over the Aquifer Storage and Recovery Project. The error in their analysis, we both use the same 59 years worth of hydrologic data. Their data indicates that you can get 1,210 acre feet per year. But in the analysis that they've testified to, they didn't consider carryover storage. Well, in water planning, that's, in our opinion, a big error. And then on the expansion itself, they have testified to say, well, in a drought year, that could be anywhere from 0 to 1,100 acre feet. But they have no access to the regular data. They don't operate the project. They don't sit on the board. Mr. Smith goes to the Monterey One Water. That's where the expertise lies. That's the experts. Those are the folks who know the source waters. We trust them more than we trust some third parties. So we're confident that this is very close to the annual available supply. Next slide. not want me to start over. So then we start looking at the demand side. And it's a very simple set of 3 questions. How much do we use today? At what pace are we going to grow in our water use? And not every jurisdiction grows at the same pace. And then over the period of time that we want to look at, that growth will dictate how much water we need for the next, whatever that period is. And we're looking at 25 years. Next slide. So water demand over the last 20 years has been in decline. And for the last decade, we've kind of stabilized between 9,000 and 10,000 acre feet per year. I can tell you that we just closed out a water year, September 30th. And for the first time since 1957, water use is below 9,000 acre feet per year. So we have a good sense of where we're at today, but you don't want to take just 1 year. So we looked at, next slide, 3 years, 5 years, and 10-year averages. And we landed on the 5-year average, which is this 95.57 acre feet. So that's how much we use today. So you can already see where this is going. If you have supplies of this and you use this, that's what's available for growth. Next slide. We also know who uses the water. This is primarily a residential community, about 2/3 residential, 1/3 non-residential. But, you know, who's a good example here? Delray Oaks. You can actually see their slice on the residential pie. Well, they're a residential community, but they barely show up on the non-residential. And Sand City's the opposite. You can spot them on the non-residential. Thank you, Target and Costco. And but they fit kind of just almost on the highlighted white line between PG and Seaside on the residential pie. And you can see where Pacific Grove is on both of those, kind of trailing the unincorporated county and Monterey in residential use, but definitely a significant user of water. So we know where each jurisdiction starts from based on that 95.57 number. Next slide. But instead of giving away all of the water we know that is, call it surplus today, so the 116 minus the 9,557, which is, 2,559, we say, let's hold back 1,000 because we're just getting started. Will Pure Water Monterey expansion work at the level we expect? Do we have enough storage in ASR? We've got about 3,000 acre feet, but do we need more storage to be ready? If we start in a drought, that's worse than starting in a normal hydrologic cycle, and we don't know really what next year's going to bring and so forth. So let's just hold back on 1,000 acre feet. That gives us 1,559 acre feet to potentially allocate. Next slide. So then we convert our thinking to, all right, how fast will each jurisdiction be growing? And that will dictate how much of that 1,559 available is needed. Next slide. So we do have tools to answer those questions. For residential use, we have the AMBAG regional growth forecast. We tend to look at population. People use water. Empty legal lots of record don't use water. Houses don't use water unless people are in them. So a good population forecast is a value for the residential water use forecasting. And we do have job growth that's forecasted by AMBAG also on that 4-year cycle. So if we use that as a proxy for non-residential water use growth, then we can take each jurisdiction, their respective growth rate in both residential and non-residential, and say, here's where you are today, here's where you'll be in 25 years. For the airport, the Coast Guard, the Navy, and the Presidio, we did a survey-based. We said, sit down, think about what your future needs are, let's review them. So growth rates don't really apply to them. They're special cases. Next slide, please, Sandra. So here's what we determined the future need is based on the AMBAG regional growth forecast, PGs in the red. your current demand, so your piece of those two pies together is the 1,185 acre feet. And you see all the way at the bottom, it adds up to the 9,557. So that's a 5-year average. That's the starting point. Then you see the growth rates, residential and non-residential. And these come from AMBAG's taking of their data and pushing it down to the local jurisdictions. And you see there are different growth rates by different cities. And then we apply those growth rates, but we have this column called residential acre feet served by others. So Seaside, they have the Campus Town project. Well, that'll be served by Marina Coast Water District. The unincorporated county has September Ranch. They have their own source of supply. Rancho Cañada Village has their own source of supply. So we take those out of what needs to be met by supplies provided by California American Water. And so what we get based on this, population growth, jobs growth for non-residential use are the last column, adds up to 801 acre feet. Well, that's a good positive sign for us because we knew we had 1,500 acre feet to work with, and this is roughly, just over half of that. So if that's a good measure for 25 years worth of need, we're good, we're golden. Next slide, please. However, we're relying a lot on AMBAG. Now, we had our choice of going out and hiring our own econometricians, building our own multivariate model, and trying to come up with a forecasting model of our own. We said we're going to rely on AMBAG because this is their job every 4 years. They do three things, really. They produce a regional growth forecast every 4 years. That feeds into what's called the Metropolitan Transportation Plan and the Sustainable Communities Strategy. That's typically a 25-year plan. Always has a name like Moving Forward 2045 or something like that. But it's a 25-year look, and it's tied to that growth forecast. And then on the 8-year cycle is your housing, the regional housing needs allocation. If you read their Metropolitan Transportation Plan that they adopted in 2022, and they also adopted the regional forecast in 2022, it says this plan includes the 6th cycle RHNA numbers. So they're all supposed to be self-referencing. And as you can see, they're all on a similar cycle by law. Every 4 years for growth forecast, every 4 years for the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, every 8 years for RHNA. Next slide. But lo and behold, they're not. It's almost as if somebody at AMBAG in one office didn't talk to the person in the other office. And so we had a lot of counterintuitive results that were put out. And one good example here is Carmel. They said, you're going to grow by 35 people in 25 years, but your housing requirement's 349 new housing units. As a resource planner, we say, uh-oh, what are we planning for? The population or the housing? Because if you actually build the housing, you're going to have 500 to 700 new people. That's a problem. You look at Delray Oaks, and AMBAG said, you're going to grow by 988 people. Well, it's a bedroom community, but they only have one residential lot in the current boundary. So all of that would have to occur on the old Fort Ord. But they're being told they only need 184 new housing units. So these were very perplexing disconnects. And so while we don't like to believe that empty houses can use water, if you build them, they will get people, and that means your population forecast is off. So we had to adjust for that. And then we're hopeful that the next 4-year cycle and 8-year cycle, that this kind of anomaly goes away and they do a little better job in how they push the numbers into the jurisdictions. Next slide. So what we did, and this is just a summary chart, but we said, okay, let's conceptualize what type of housing would be in all of the RHNA categories. So very low income, moderate, and above moderate. And in the lower income area, it's all multifamily, and it's a mixture of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 1 bath, 2 bath. In the moderate, there's some single family, but there's still multifamily in these because you can have, similar to the Holman building, you can have some very high-end multi-unit, nice fit and finish, but it's still multifamily. So we conjured up a fixture unit count. Debbie, you know what that means, for these types of housing spread across the categories that RENA requires. And we said, okay, so if you built all this housing as put forth in the 6th cycle at this mix, how much water would it use? And in this case, that number is 758 acre feet, and that's just residential use. You would have to add to it the non-residential portion. So we said, aha, we're all brilliant scientists. Let's add the two together and divide by 2 and use that number. And that's what we did. So we took what population would dictate and what houses alone would dictate, added them together, divided by 2, and said, that's our residential target for the next 25 years. Well, that has 2 underlying beliefs. Belief 1 is that all that housing would get built. And belief 2 is it's over 25 years, not over an 8-year cycle. And so depending on which mayor and which city council I'm speaking to, we have the fervent believers that they can do it all in 8 years. And we have those who believe it will never happen in 30 years. But that's what we did. That's how we addressed the residential component. Next slide. And so you can see the middle column was what I showed you before, 801 acre feet. The final column is where the residential component is this adjusted for RENA, add together, divide by 2, 1,039 acre feet. And that's the number that we are using at this point. And it's still less than the 1,559, which gives us a good feeling. Next slide. I guess we've already answered the how much will we need in the future. Probably need to move these slides, flip them, but so we're using that 1,036, I think it was, number. Next slide, please. So this is our proposed first allocation of this new supply, where we take that 1,039, obviously across all of the different entities. And for the larger cities, we've said we're going to allocate you 1/3 of what we believe your future need is. We felt uncertain with Delray Oaks. First of all, they're very small. Second of all, their housing element had 89% of all new housing in the old Fort Ord, which would be served by Marina Coast Water District. But when they started their housing element, available lands in Delray Oaks were kind of taken off the page. And so they were thinking only 20 ADUs would be built inside our service area, the CalAm service area. Since then, they've kind of changed their minds. So we recalculated the numbers based on 70% in the old Fort Ord, and that moved some housing back into our area. And then we said, okay, 13 acre feet, still a pretty small number. We'll give you 50% of that, or roughly 50%. So they're the one exception. And then the airport and the defense folks, based on the survey, we're allocating them 50% of their need. But that's our proposal. But then we realized also that existing allocations from prior efforts were still in the hands of some of the jurisdictions. Obviously Delray Oaks, who I spoke to last night, has 0 right now. They have not been able to do anything. Pacific Grove still has a fraction, but it's basically 0. You also have a local entitlement. That's a completely different animal. And these allocations don't affect the local entitlements. So Sand City has an entitlement. Carmel has participated in the Malpaso entitlement. Those continue to exist separate from these allocations. But we agreed to keep the existing allocations intact. The number will change slightly because we'll recalculate what those are as of February when the ordinance goes into place. So the proposed plus the existing will be the new total allocation. And there are a couple of entities that have what's called a public water credit. I'll give you one example. Sand City years ago closed a fish packing plant and received a credit for that water, and that was put into what's called a public water credit. So they'll keep that one as well. But this is our proposal. This is what we have in store for you at 32. But we're retaining almost 2,000 acre feet in what we call the district reserve. So if you grow fast and if you outperform and you're the one who says, we're the first one in need of water, we will convene another allocation process. So I don't think that this gets very concerning until we're in the third or fourth allocation. We might be looking then at, this is the last water we have, but right now it's the front end. And so Monterey, we visited with them 2 weeks ago, and they've turned around and gave us a nice letter that said, we happily accept your 141 acre feet that you're going to give us under this proposal. And I think it all stems from that feeling like this is just the front end. And our goal is to basically put water in your hands. As I mentioned, convert all of our attention to lifting the CDO. And even if you believe a desal plant is needed, or you believe it's not needed, lifting of the CDO should not depend on that set of facts. You should be agnostic, because the surplus amount that's coming in with this project makes it very easy to demonstrate that Cal-Am will not be in trespass for the immediate future. And as I mentioned earlier, when we flip that switch on the expansion of pure water, they'll have not been in trespass for 4 years. And that's where I come back to the, you're not doing the crime, you shouldn't do the time. And the State Water Board has said, when are you coming up? So they know we're coming. The unfortunate part is Cal-Am is not ready to go hand in hand with us, because their narrative still relies on, we need a desal plant to finally solve the problem. But again, if you're not violating any rule, and the data tells you you won't for a bridge to a desal plant, or even decades without a desal plant, there's no basis in the law to continue to have the cease and desist order out there. So that's our proposal for you, 32 new acre feet. You will still have your local water project allocation for other purposes. And with that, any questions you have, I'll take them.
Do we have any public comment? Do we have any virtual public comment?
No, sir.
Council discussion, comments? Councilmember Beck.
Thank you. I just have one question is, what is the airport district? Because they're getting almost 49.197 acre feet. So what is it?
Well, they
entail?
do have a new terminal building that you can
Right.
see going in. We reviewed again, they were a survey candidate, so we reviewed their survey results. They said we need 88 acre feet. Well, the first thing we noticed is they hadn't calculated the offsetting credit they would get from demolishing buildings.
Mhm.
So for example, when they took out the fire station on the south side of the airport and built a fire station on the north side of the airport, it's kind of a self-canceling thing, as you well know. We don't think they need 44, but there are future plans on the north side of the airport to upgrade some of the commercial spaces that are available. They can knock down single-story buildings, put in two-story buildings, but they have to deal with their relationship with the city of Delray Oaks over access and things like that. So we don't think that there will ever be a second allocation to that 88 acre feet number, but they made the decision not to tear down the old terminal. So the new terminal is all new square footage. And there is a significant need for that. It's not 40, it's not 44, but it's significant.
It just seems like a large number without truly having residential out there. So it's all commercial. And I look at Pacific Grove getting 32 and it'll primarily be residential. So I feel like our number's on the low side, but thank you.
Well, and I can't disagree with you, especially on that comparison. I was with staff at Sand City today, and they have 356 new dwelling units as part of the Marriott project area. And that in and of itself has a big need, but they use their local entitlement for that permit. And so it suddenly kind of disappears relative to the proposed allocation. And so your inherent feeling is probably a good one that, what will they use that water for? But it'll take a while for you to go through 32 acre feet. And where we kind of got here, the prior mayor, Bill Camp, at one point, we had about 6-7 years ago, we had been using the pre-CDO growth rate in water, which was about 16.1 acre feet per year, as an indicator of what the future would hold. And he rightfully said, wait a minute, PG, for one, had already used up much of its allocation before the CDO went into place. So that's not a good measure. And I said, well, Bill, tell me what a better measure is. And he couldn't. We had the same issue with Monterey. They said, oh, if we just had water, we're going to grow. There's so much pent up demand. We're going to grow and we're going to grow. So that's when we shifted to somebody else's forecast of population and non-residential growth rates. But our assumptions using AMBAG's numbers are only as good as AMBAG's numbers. And I think AMBAG, in the case of Sand City, didn't anticipate 356 new apartment units in the population forecast. So there are problems in the numbers. And there's nothing I can do about it, except now they're not my numbers. I get to point to somebody else.
Okay.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave, for the report and the update. So you mentioned that this allocation wouldn't affect our entitlement, but I think people would want to have free water instead of pay for water, right?
So you just touched on something we talked about this afternoon, which is all the entitlements or visions of future entitlements go to zero when you have free water.
Right. So I looked at your agenda report from November. It looks like the city of Pacific Groves, we initially had a 38 acre foot entitlement. We've used 18 or sold 18 acre feet. So we have 20 acre feet of entitlement water on the books. So essentially that'll just sit dormant until we take this 30.
Or you decide to just free it up with a zero cost or something like that. And part of the Sand City discussion this afternoon was how different jurisdictions monetized their entitlements differently.
Right.
And it even got to the point where I said, well, I went to Mayor Pendergrass in the past. I said, if you wanted to sell some of that entitlement to Monterey, you could probably do that. They could use it. And it's like, don't touch my water. We're not going to charge for our water. I said, well, they're charging $250,000 an acre foot inside Pebble Beach. And so everybody had a little bit of a different approach to it. And I think you ended up somewhere in the middle, not 20 or 250,000 an acre foot. It's something less, but initially there was some sticker shock even among the local Pagrovians on that one. But yeah, everybody approached their entitlements differently.
I think our entitlement cost is somewhere around 240 per acre foot, but then council adopted a policy of a
175.
well, just let me finish, Mayor. Adopted a 30% discount.
Yeah,
So
okay.
we set a base rate and then applied a discount, which was supposed to come back, but we never reviewed it. So,
And the 240 was the same as Malpaso. So that's, I think, where the level was set.
right.
Yeah.
So is there, how are you discount? I was curious because a lot of this is just recycled water, right? So during drought years, there's less water to recycle theoretically. I
Well,
suppose.
so that's where some of the discussion about source water comes from. But I'll let you finish your thought and then respond to it unless.
Well, so how do you discount for that? How are you going to discount for dry years?
Right. So curiously, there actually could be an impact. Part of the expansion project relies on back flushing or recirculating water that is produced by the rubber dam up on the Salinas River that serves the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project. In dry and very dry years, that rubber dam is not up in the summer. And so a little portion of the water goes away, and it could be as much as 345 acre feet. But then in the winter, when irrigation demands are lower, there's some additional makeup water. So we can kind of roughly say that it could be zero, that you can make up all 345, or it could be 200 that you can make up, like, 145 in the winter months. So there will be an impact, and that's where storage comes in. We have currently just over 2,800 acre feet stored for an operating reserve, no, just under. And that will be increased with the expansion coming online. And we'd like to actually front run it with a little bit more drought storage. But yeah, so but it's not, so there was some testimony filed that said, oh, in a drought, you're going to get 0 to 1,100 acre feet out of the Pure Water Monterey expansion. Well, 0 means that nobody in the entire Monterey 1 service area takes a shower, flushes a toilet, and so forth. And that's just not the case. And so there is an impact, but it's not a massive impact. And then part of the source waters for the whole project are irrigation return flows from the growers that go into a ditch or a drain, and then we pick it up and ship it to Pure Water plant. They don't actually back off completely in the dry months. They just go back to wells. And so they irrigate almost as much, if not the same, in a drought as they do in a normal year. So
I thought, and I'm not going to get into the weeds in this, but I thought I heard something about some legislation that's going to require growers to actually recycle that water locally instead of allowing it for.
well, so that's what's called the ag waiver. And it's not necessarily requiring them to recycle, but requiring them to not discharge it from their fields into bodies of water. And there is a drain, it's called the Blanco drain, but the regional board assigns all these surface waters different categories. And it's actually been given a designation as Recreation 1. And they came for a visit, and we took them out and we said, okay, there's your drain. What's the recreation that you foresee in this place? But,
Jet ski up Blanco Drain sounds like fun,
yeah,
Dave.
fishing, swimming, I don't know. But
And one last question, is there any EIR that's going to be necessary before this
all done.
water? So, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And so the allocation program, we actually did a CEQA on whether it in and of itself constituted a need for an addendum or a supplemental. And we did an addendum, but we basically determined that all of the impacts of the new allocation were covered in the Pure Water Monterey EIR.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. So are we accounting for hotels as part of this exercise? Because it seems to be some hotels coming up in the area.
Yes. And in fact, what's interesting to us is for each jurisdiction that has this growth in non-residential water use, we've had to say, all right, what's actually going to happen? So like in the unincorporated county, well, it's new hotel rooms in Pebble Beach, but we have trouble identifying new businesses that are going to require new job growth. The amount of new job starts that AMBAG assigned to Carmel kind of defies logic. But we factored in New Kimpton, the new American Tin Cannery for PG as major drivers. That'll bring more tourism here, which might increase, we heard about outdoor dining. So your existing commercial establishments could go up, but there's a component for non-residential growth that's unidentified. But when AMBAG sits down with all the jurisdictions, which they took 27 meetings with the 6 cities here on the peninsula, those things should have come up in conversation that, our job drivers here in PG are going to be these 2 new hotels and the the tourism industry. And, you know, each jurisdiction should have been open with what it is. But as I pointed out with Sand City and the 356 new dwelling units, maybe the message doesn't always get across. But we will redo this exercise with every 4-year regional growth forecast. So we'll be looking at those kinds of things. But there's some numbers that we say we've accounted for the growth, but we really don't know what that growth is going to be. But in your case, yeah, we do. It's 2 new hotels.
Got it. And it's somewhat surprising to me that we're still debating on what formula to use to calculate these numbers. So does the state Water Resources Board not help with such kind of formulas?
They really don't want to get into doing the numbers. And so we have this separate proceeding that's going on at the Public Utilities Commission, the first phase of which was to analyze whether the expansion project for pure water should even move forward. And they agreed it should, signed a water purchase agreement, got us into construction. So that's the project we're talking about here. The second piece of, or second phase of that proceeding was to relook at the supply and demand numbers. Basically what I've just done here, and there are 6 testifiers, 5 interveners and the applicant being Cal-Am. And the 5 interveners all independently have kind of come to agreement at what current usage is and future demand will be. And they're all very similar. And the only outlier is the applicant, California American. And we're waiting on a decision in that proceeding that could either A, say, everything's changed and there's no need for a desal plant, but that's not their job. They're not supposed to be analyzing the need for the desal plant. They're simply supposed to be analyzing what is the snapshot of supply and demand supposed to be. So we would love for them to come down to the same kind of numbers that we've concluded and that other interveners have concluded, but they might not. And the State Water Board really wants them to, so they don't have to.
Okay. So do you think sorry to prolong this, do you think the impact of that decision would factor into like redoing the formulas here? Or is this set for now?
Where it's going to factor in is their willingness to lift the CDO, and then the moratorium follows. I doubt that they would get into the detail on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis, but when you built your local entitlement, they did specifically say, we're not going to honor that. And so the state board in effect said, okay, we've accepted Malpaso, we've accepted Pebble Beach, we've accepted Sand City, but we don't accept PG. If we're successful in lifting the CDO, all of that goes away, which would be helpful, but we are such a small piece of what they do that when they came to visit in July, the message that they kind of put out there was, we're not going to give you interim relief. We're not going to deal with any of your problems. Just finish this thing, solve this thing. And so it comes down to convincing them on the numbers if the PUC doesn't do it for us. So.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, one follow-up, because the answer, the question on the response kind of led to, isn't issuing this allocation going to be problematic for the State Water Board and lifting the CDO?
Well, so
because you're like saying, hey, we got water, we don't. Yeah.
So the answer is sort of yes, sort of no. So when Monterey came and wanted to do the Garden Road projects, we went to the state board with a petition to modify the CDO and say, we're not asking for more water. We're asking you to not enforce so basically selective non-enforcement of condition 2, which is no increase in use at an existing service connection. Prior to that and prior to the American Tin Cannery, we had been allowing notification of use under our rules without repercussion from the State Water Board. And if they didn't know what we were doing here locally, They didn't care. Then as we tried to get clarity on the condition two, they actually started working hard to understand our permitting regime, and we were getting closer and closer. So they got rid of relying on actual usage data and beginning to understand that our capacity factors are good measures of the ability to use water. We finally convinced them that you can't just set a baseline in time. You know, they were looking at 2009. Well, the economy went crazy in 2008. And we said, well, why not set a baseline the year after Loma Prieta when everybody's trying to do seismic retrofits and chasing tenants out? You know, picking a time to set a baseline and then looking at actual billing data after that baseline, they finally agreed didn't work. But they could never get to closure with all of our rules. And so we just continue to function the way we always have locally, which means, yeah, we're giving water to a jurisdiction who may just issue new permits. And if it were controversial and it represented an increase in use at an existing service connection, it could fall across the transom of the state and create a problem.
Right, because what they don't want is they don't want to see Cal-Am diverting more water from the
Exactly.
from the river.
And so that's why we're putting the allocations out here, and why, while we've done so, we've encouraged you to not issue paper water permits. We're really trying to help you know that there's going to be an allocation. So if you've got a developer that the water is going to be there, the real problem is the moratorium. And so, you know, most large scale projects are long lived anyway. So you're not going to see a major project get in a water release form in February and finish the project by October. So it's more a matter of a planning tool, but, and I've already kind of beat this dead horse. Our whole focus is trying to get the State Water Board to lift the CDO. And we've been in parallel going to the chambers, to Hospitality Association, the Coalition of Businesses, saying, this is your first best chance to lift the moratorium. Even if you believe desal is the final solution, it cannot arrive for another 5 years. Do you want to wait 5 years or do you want to wait 1 year? And I think people are coming around to the idea that, hey, let's wait 1 year and lift the moratorium. And I think the state is ready to hear that argument. They've signaled they're ready to hear that argument.
Thank you, Mr. Mogensen.
Just because I think this could set policy discussion in the future. So I'm going to ask this question, but so, you know, you mentioned that AMBAC has a discrepancy. So they're looking at projections of population versus RENA. RENA is, as we all know, is its own animal. You know, it comes down from the state. It's been talked about for a while that it's when these things start to get talked about, eventually they happen with the California State Legislature, that cities will start getting penalized for not meeting RENA numbers. So it seems that making housing the first priority for any new water allocation would be smart for any city, because in 8 years we could be facing much more problems if we don't have the ability. They've also said that water is no longer a reason why you can't meet your numbers. You know, they don't take that excuse any longer. So especially sounds like other cities are already thinking about how they use their water, but you know, we have a little bit of our own from the recycle project. Our city's starting talking about policy on how they allocate the water first. It sounds like you're not doing it as a countywide. So are the cities considering that?
Well, when you say not doing it countywide,
Well, I think I mean, it seems like there's different models. You could either, the district could hold the water, and then as projects are proposed, they come and they apply to you.
Right.
Or you could allocate it out to the cities and they can use it as they wish, but.
Yeah, so our attitude is we don't want to get in the land use business. And so we don't want to consider every project as it comes up. We want you to be able to make your land use decisions. Our hope is that you don't overly prioritize and say, we're going to hoard our water only for affordable housing. We would encourage you to look at everything and everyone equally and make water available to them with the understanding that we have more water waiting in the wings for you. but every city's going to make a different prioritization. But yeah, if you go back to the early 2000s, our district got tagged as becoming a land use organization, and it's not what we should be. We're supposed to accommodate your growth plans.
I want to jump in. I thank you very much for bringing that point up. You know, we had this similar type of exercise when our local water project was developed, and some people who are no longer here in city government, so I can speak freely. We talked about binning the water for different purposes, right? Slicing it up. I mean, you're using the word allocation. That's a better word than binning, so I'll continue. So the folks came out of a committee and said, we want to have all these bins. And then it came to council and it was, why are we doing all this? This allocation doesn't make sense. People, let's just have people come and purchase water when they need it for whatever purpose. And that has worked out for years. And, you know, it's more of a capitalist system. Whoever needs it is willing to pay for it, gets it. And you said, you made comments about you're not a land use, the water district is not land use, but by allocating it to different cities, you are doing that. You are allocating it in large swaths across the CalAm or the district's service area. And I think that there's a lot of effort that's gone on. You're going around. Obviously, a lot of time and thought has gone into this allocation formulas and getting people to talk about it. And then there'll be the administrative burden of working this allocation. I'm not convinced that that's really necessary, that's even a good thing to do. I think the major point is, as you just stated, is for the State Water Board to lift the CDO for the water district and then have people then put up houses and new buildings, businesses. So I'm just not, you can tell, I'm just not into this process of telling people you can have water and so much, but you get less and then you get even less and you get more. I'm just questioning the whole process. That's all.
No, I can't, it's hard to dispute because, many, if not the majority of communities, just whether it's a water department in city of Santa Cruz or a water district in Orange County, they don't really look at jurisdictional boundaries and they don't say, here's what city of Irvine is going to get and here's what the city of Garden Grove is going to get. They just say within our territory, people are going to plan things and let's just accommodate those plans. I think we've grown up here on the peninsula for 40 years, a little more balkanized. And so we're trying to accommodate the self-determination of each jurisdiction, but without saying how you're supposed to use it. But we've learned a few things in this process. City of Seaside said, we've been telling people you can't put in another bathroom because that's not our priority. We're saving it for Broadway development. It's like, wow, we didn't know that. We didn't even know that they were kind of making internal rationing decisions of water. And they never got the water out to Broadway because they couldn't set meters. And so it was like homeowner A has a meter, water comes to his house and he could have had quiet enjoyment of another bathroom. So there's many of these kinds of stories, but we don't really like having to do it either. I'll just be honest with you, but we had to come up with some method that just says not every city grows at the same pace. They're not all going to use water at the same pace. They all feel that they're being cheated by the other city. How best can we address it? So let's find third-party data that dictates how much each city needs to work with, and then let them make their own decisions. And part of it is we, and this is honest human nature, we're tired of conjecturing what it might look like in a world where there's no moratorium and there is water available. We want to actually get there and then turn around and look backwards and say, well, what actually happened? We gave people water and we got rid of the moratorium. Who grew fast, who grew slow, who hoarded their water? So we really want to get to the future, at least enough into it to turn around and look backwards. And so that's what all of our effort is geared towards right now, trying to get those guardrails off.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time and staying late. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. I want to thank the public, for staff, my colleagues. We had a successful meeting, my last full meeting, I might add. And we have some refreshments coming in. We're celebrating Councilmember Beck's service to the community. So have a good evening. Meeting adjourned.